Chapter 1612. The Emperor of the Great Chu? The strange dragon really dared to say such things. In the first year of the Great Chu era, in front of the Two Realms battlefield, Ouyang To died. Old Gu said. When the strange dragon heard this, it leapt high into the air, its fine hairs standing on end. It was extremely scared, saying, "Old Gu, why are you cursing me like this? Or did you discover some kind of danger? If you provoke the various races like this, it's easy for you to die young." Old Gu glanced at him. It's about time to appoint a celestial emperor. Fellow Taoists, do you have any ideas? Nine Dao spoke, clearly setting the tone. No matter what, the result should be out today. It was destined to be a major event that would affect the heavens. Indeed, it's time for the curtains to fall. And it's also time for you all to go on your way. The Dog Emperor also spoke. He looked towards the creatures of the high heavens, indicating that it was time for them to leave. The evolvers of the high heavens had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. In order to fight for the seat of fortune, they had mobilized such a large force. Yet they were defeated again and again in the end. Everyone knew that this was only a small portion of the evolved beings from a certain region. It was just the tip of the iceberg. The true heavens were unfathomable. If their strength was fully displayed, it would be enough to overturn the heavens. However, it was still very embarrassing for them to leave in such a manner. If the news were to spread, the other evolutionary civilizations that did not participate in today's incident would most likely laugh at them. Do you still want to fight? If you lose again, don't run away. The three old soldiers beside Jiu Daoi said. Their words and actions were tough and rude. Not long ago, these three elders had madly chased after Shang Tsung, Immortal King. Their fists and weapons were all royal blood, each more unrestrained than the last, crushing their opponents until they had nothing to say. The three of them had undergone the baptism of the immortal emperor's blood, so even the immortal kings of the high heavens would not be able to harm them. I'm a little unwilling. I'm here to spar with fellow Taoists of the same level. Among the evolvers of the high heavens, someone actually spoke up. It was a young man, at least on the surface. However, there was an aura of the accumulation of time in his eyes. He stood at the back of the younger generation. Many evolvers turned around, and someone recognized his identity at the first moment. Their pupils contracted, and they cried out in shock. It's actually Daoist child, Yin Feng. Daoist Cloudwind was ranked 11th. He was a top-notch expert with a high cultivation realm among the younger generation. He was extremely famous. Many people were shocked, not knowing when he had arrived. According to the classification of evolution levels, he was equivalent to a quasi-great universe in the Yang realm. He was already considered a top-notch expert. Sure, I'll spar with you. It wasn't Chu Feng who stepped forward, but Yao Yao. She took light steps and arrived at the center of the battlefield. She was as ethereal as a fairy. This time, a quasi-great realm Taoist had come from the high heavens. For the middle-aged generation, this level of evolution was quite frightening. All right, Dao Child Yin Feng nodded. Terrifying runes bloomed in his eyes, and his entire body emanated the aura of the great Tao. He took a step forward, and it was as if the starry sky had been turned upside down. Mountains and rivers dissipated on their own as he strode across the sky, appearing directly in the center of the battlefield. However, a light sigh sounded out, stopping Taoist Yunfeng. There's no need to fight. Taoist Cloudwind, come back. An immortal king spoke. Taoist Yunfeng frowned. He wanted to regain some face for the high heavens. With his strength, it was enough to sweep through all the opponents of the various races in the universe. After all, if one were to look through the history books, a freak like Chu Feng would always be a special case. It would already be a miracle if such a freak were to appear in such a long time and endless eras. But right now, Chu Feng's realm was lower than his. An immortal king spoke up. He looked at Yao Yao with a startled expression and sighed. This is most likely another Imperial Prince-level entity. Another Imperial Prince-level entity? This kind of evaluation was truly dumbfounding. Then, everyone was in an uproar. They were incomparably shocked. Was there a problem in this world? The freak demon Chu had appeared, But how could there be another woman who was close to it? It was unbelievable. The immortal king from the high heavens spoke again. If I'm not mistaken, she has already fused the essences of two evolutionary civilizations. If such a person doesn't collapse, she will certainly step onto the path of transcendence. Yao Yao had walked the path of pollen at first, but after falling into the Great Een, she obtained the Empress inheritance and cultivated the paths of two evolutionary civilizations at the same time. In the end, she succeeded in fusing them. In reality, it wasn't that no one had tried this before, but those who wanted to grasp all of them across different evolutionary civilizations either returned to mediocrity or collapsed. Only the extremely rare and stunning individuals could pass this hurdle, break the ceiling, and transcend the limits. Taoist Yunfeng turned around and left in a rather straightforward manner. He didn't insist on fighting. It wasn't that he was cowardly, but rather that he himself felt that this fairy-like woman was extremely terrifying. His instincts told him that if he really did fight, he most likely wouldn't be able to regain phase for the high heavens. Rather than that, he might as well give up decisively. Yao Yao smiled and didn't press him any further. She stepped on the rain of light and retreated nimbly. Now, the young generation of the high heavens looked at the evolvers from the lower realm in a completely different light. Apart from the savage demon Chu, they didn't expect there to be another one. Some of the old monsters from the high heavens also felt their faces heat up. They had all come to fight for the celestial emperor's position in the lower realm, but they hadn't expected such a situation. If no one is willing to take on this great responsibility, I will recommend myself and reluctantly ascend to that position for the time being, said Taoist Joey. This kind of face, there was no one else like him. Many people looked at him. Everyone was fighting with their lives on the line and wanted to fight for it, but he was still reluctant. In the outer realms, an incomparably old and hunchbacked old immortal king said, "Tao friend, don't make things difficult for yourself. This old man is willing to shoulder the heavens and use my ruined body to support the blue sky." Damn, the people sighed. These old fools were each more shameless than the other. The benefits of competing for the celestial emperor's position were boundless. It could even allow an unrivaled powerhouse among the immortal kings to advance and have a chance of becoming an entity at the end of the road. In particular, the celestial emperor's position this time wasn't the master of a great world, but the emperor's throne pushed by all the heavens. Some peerless, immortal kings, exuberant with ambition, even wanted to use this opportunity to look into the distance at the end of the road. Why did some of the evolvers from the high heavens not care about their face and rush to the lower realm? Wasn't it because they fancied this kind of great fortune? There were pathfinders from the high heavens who believed that this kind of position, pushed by all the heavens, should be able to create a Tao ancestor-level entity. At this time, a young immortal king said, "I feel that seniors have experienced great changes and suffered great tribulations. Along the way, you have paid too much. Now, you shouldn't shoulder the pressure of the collapse of the world. We are still here, and we are willing to share the burden. It is time for us to stand out and shoulder the heavy responsibility." The so-called young in the immortal king realm was definitely a creature from the prehistoric era. However, compared to old monsters like Nine Dowie and the Dog Emperor who had lived for more than a single great era, they were indeed young and vigorous. When he spoke like this, the expressions of a group of old monsters who were dried up with blood energy immediately became unkind. Wasn't this clearly saying that they were old, that they should abdicate and give the opportunity to the younger generation? It is indeed reasonable. I feel that it is time to increase the burden on the younger generation. Someone chimed in. A fallen immortal king from the prehistoric era spoke. The true middle-aged and young evolvers all curled their lips. Could you guys have a bit of face? Even an old guy from the prehistoric era dared to say that he was young. At this time, Old Goo timely interrupted and said, "If we were to recommend the younger generation, I feel that the Black Emperor is the most suitable." After the Dog Emperor, whose body was as black as ink, heard this, he pretended to be humble and said, "Oh, you really have good taste in recommending me like this." Everyone was speechless. They thought that he was going to be modest, but in the end he said that others had good taste and should choose him. Old Goo was a little dazed and said, "Senior Dog Emperor, I didn't recommend you. I'm talking about the Black Emperor, the dawn immortal king who achieved Tao in the prehistoric era." At this point, he looked at Li Su. This was a classic example of helping his big brother by calling Li Su the Black Emperor. The Dog Emperor's eyes were spitting fire as he said, "You are rebelling." This emperor used the Black Emperor as his title back then. Do you want to usurp the titles of Black Emperor and Black Emperor? In reality, Li Su didn't appreciate it at all. His face darkened as he glared at Old Goo. He really wanted to say, what kind of lousy title was this? Black Emperor? Was he talking about his past as the prehistoric Black Emperor? This was simply exposing his dark history. Since all the realms are recommending him, why don't we directly vote? Each Immortal King faction has one vote. An old monster from the Fourth Tribulation Sparrow race stood out. Their race was in the Outer Realms and had a supreme Immortal King overseeing it. That's right. This is how it should be. Since all the races are recommending him, we naturally have to show fairness. The Yuan race's Immortal King nodded and personally stepped forward. Ju Dao sneered on the spot. Was this a classic example of picking peaches? In the battle, just now, his three old brothers were the absolute main force. After the baptism of the Immortal Emperor's blood, they had intimidated the Immortal Kings of High Heavens. These three were the main reason why High Heavens had been forced to withdraw. Of course, Chu Feng had suppressed the young generation of High Heavens and defeated several Dao children of evolved civilizations. This was also a kind of extremely dazzling brilliance that played a huge role. It could be said that this time, their bloodline had made a great contribution. In the end, the Yuan race and the Fourth Tribulation Sparrow race were clamoring for a universal election. It was obvious that this group wanted to unite and exclude the First Mountain. What a joke. I've never heard of a celestial emperor being chosen like this. Ju Dao sneered repeatedly. The lame old soldier beside him had an even more fiery temper. He said, "Whoever wants to cause trouble, come over here. What is that sparrow looking at? I'm talking to you. I'll help you pluck your feathers, wash you clean, and prepare to cook you." The old soldier pointed at the Fourth Tribulation Sparrow and actually called it a sparrow. He wanted to cook and eat it. That's right. Where did this sparrow come from? If you make any more noise, we'll directly roast and eat you. The Dog Emperor also chimed in and bared his teeth at the Fourth Tribulation Sparrow. The Fourth Tribulation Sparrow race's expression was unsightly, but he really didn't dare to speak again. "Oh, it's so lively. I haven't returned for many years, and I actually encountered such a grand occasion today. I'm willing to do my part." Someone walked over from the horizon. His figure was indistinct, and the surrounding space was distorted. It was as if he didn't live in the present world. Most people didn't feel anything, but the expressions of all the Immortal Kings changed. This was definitely a peak Immortal King with exceptional strength. This creature should have already reached the peak of the Immortal King realm. What was shocking was that there was another person following him. Everyone recognized him. It was the Martial Madman. The Martial Madman was known as the Martial Emperor in the Yang realm, but he suffered a terrible loss in the two-realm battlefield. He was captured by the short, Immortal King who had recovered from the famed mountain and left behind the Scripture of Time. He wanted to be a Tao child, but the Martial Madman left his physical body behind, and his soul light escaped. Now, he was back again, and he was following a mysterious expert. "This is my master," the Martial Madman said, and introduced the identity of the person who came. Everyone was shocked. He was actually the master of the Martial Emperor. "This smell is a little familiar." The Dog Emperor smacked his lips. At the same time, the indistinct figure coming from the horizon also looked at the Dog Emperor. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he said, "Fellow Taoist, can you return my bone? Although it's a useless bone that I shed, it's not too good if it's eaten." The others still didn't know what was going on, but Chu Feng, who was not far away, instantly understood what was going on. Back then, he went to the extreme north of the Yang realm to loot the Martial Emperor's dojo. On that day, he actually attracted the dog emperor, and it took away the Tao bone left by the martial madman's master. On that day, all the disciples and grand disciples of the martial madman looked up to the sky and cried out in sorrow. The patriarch was taken away by a dog. For the martial emperor's bloodline, that day was simply the darkest moment, and they couldn't bear to recall it. During the Battle of the Soul River, the dog emperor even released that Tao bone and controlled it to fight. Now, the victim was here. What broken bone? You got the wrong person. The dog emperor refused to admit it and quickly added, even if there was, I'd probably burn it as firewood. What did this bald dog do? It was too valiant, using the immortal king's bone as firewood. The decayed corpse knew it best. No matter what treasure it was, once it was in the hands of this dog, there was no hope of returning it. There was no way, even if it was worthless trash. This is just a small matter. We'll look for the bone later. Nine Dao said. The martial madman, who was standing beside his teacher, couldn't help but tremble when he heard these words. However, he was no longer crazy, and he was very obedient. It was not suitable for him to stand up against a group of old monsters. His teacher, that blurry figure, was silent for a while. It was obvious that he was restraining himself and didn't explode. After a while, he said, "That's my body. It was taken away and burned. How is this a small matter to me?" He really couldn't hold it in anymore. He had traveled and adventured in the chaos for countless years, and even when he fought against the innate chaos gods and demons, he had never been as agitated as he was today. Nine Dao said indifferently, "Isn't it just a bone? My bone, my flesh, it's gone for 2 eras, and I'm not worried at all." Young people are so impatient. Calm down. Everyone, what else could the martial madman's teacher say? He originally had a lot of words to say, but he held them back. You and I, our personal grudges are insignificant in the face of the rolling torrent and the general trend of the world. Now, the heavens may be overturned. These private matters can be discussed later. An immortal king spoke, not to speak for the dog emperor, but to quickly elect a celestial emperor. The void trembled, and several indistinct figures appeared one after another, affecting the stability of time and space. They were projected from another great world. "Greetings, teacher." Some people in front of the 2-realm battlefield saluted. Among those who saluted were Tai, Nantua, and the others. Like the martial madman, they were known as one of the sources of darkness in the world of the living. At the same time, some of them also passively participated in the Battle of the Soul River. In that battle, they had already been exposed. Behind them was an unknown world, and there were blurry figures supporting them. Without a doubt, today, they completely let go, communicating with the great world behind them, and invited their respective teachers, all of whom were peerless immortal kings. We are also interested. The Celestial Emperor's position is no small matter. We are willing to bear witness and protect it. The few projections expressed their opinions one after another. The people of the world were awestruck, and the immortal kings of all realms lay dormant, while the experts hid themselves. Today, they finally showed their faces. In the past, it was difficult to see the figure of such a creature in an era. Buddha. At this time, a golden-bodied Buddha race walked over. He was all skin and bones, but golden light shone endlessly around him, stirring up the heavens. Buddhist chanting rumbled. Even the Buddha race, a powerful race that was known to be otherworldly, couldn't hold themselves back. They opened the seal, releasing the ashes of the last great era from the stone pagoda. Immortal King-level old monks appeared in the 2-realm battlefield. The Celestial Emperor's position was related to great natural luck. It could allow peerless immortal kings to advance a step further, becoming half-immortal emperors. From then on, they would be high up above, imperishable by 10,000 tribulations. Who wouldn't be moved? That was why even if there were some sleeping old monsters and creatures that didn't come into being, they all appeared one after another today. There's no point in fighting over it. I propose that we invite the Human Emperor clan to succeed. In outer space, an immortal king spoke. The Human Emperor? Chu Feng was shocked. He had always been interested in this clan. After all, He had previously transformed into the human king bloodline. It was rumored that if he continued down this path, he would have the human emperor bloodline. But today he had dispelled that rare bloodline and returned to his roots, returning to the bright red human bloodline. In reality, he didn't feel regretful, nor did he feel that it was inappropriate. That was because he felt that he was more in tune with himself and the world. His strength had clearly become stronger, and he had broken through the highest ceiling of the pollen path in this realm. The Dog Emperor was unhappy and said, "Who dares to call themselves the human emperor's descendant? The true celestial emperor's descendant hasn't even spoken yet." At this point, he looked at Yao Yao and the Feather Emperor. They were the true descendants of celestial emperor. Then he said, "Which corner of the world has this so-called descendant of imperial blood popped out from? Are you my descendant?" The others could endure the first half, but the human emperor's bloodline couldn't bear the latter half. "God damn it, you're called the Dog Emperor, yet you want to be our ancestor." "Impudent," someone from a human emperor's bloodline shouted. "Who are you calling impudent? You're courting death, aren't you? I'll slap you to death with my paw." The Dog Emperor said coldly and was about to attack. It had been many years, and there really weren't many people who dared to berate him like this. Everyone trembled in fear. Neither side was kind. The human emperor's bloodline resided outside the world. It was known as the 33 Heavens and bordered the primal chaos. Their status was incomparably transcendent. There's a familiar smell. The Dog Emperor's nose was too sharp. He sniffed again and again before suddenly widening his large eyes and saying, "You guys have the smell of high heavens. Forget it. Dao friend, you and the others should also retreat and return to high heavens." "Don't get involved," said an immortal king from high heavens as he looked toward the so-called human emperor's bloodline. Everyone was shocked. The human emperor's bloodline actually came from high heavens. "I originally wanted to travel the realms and experience the world of mortals. I wanted to comprehend the Tao in different worlds, but since I've been seen through, then forget it. We will also return to high heavens today," said an immortal king from the human emperor's bloodline. "I recommend Elder Yushang. He's the descendant of celestial emperor," said Chu Feng. "His strength isn't enough to take on such a great responsibility." The Yuan race immediately retorted. Back then, they were the ones who destroyed Yushang's family. Naturally, they couldn't just watch him ascend to the throne. The various races spoke in low voices. Even though they acknowledged Yushang's identity and background, they also admitted that what the Yuan race said was the truth. Elder Yushang's strength wasn't enough, and obtaining such a great opportunity was a waste. "Who is willing to help me and recommend me to obtain the celestial emperor's position? From then on, I might become an existence at the end of the road." In the distance, in the boundless darkness, an aged immortal king spoke. This was a fallen immortal king who had completely sunk into the abyss. Jiu Daoi snorted coldly and said, You yourself have lost the heart of light. Could it be that you still want to become a fallen immortal emperor? However, even if I give you the opportunity, you still won't be able to transform." Suddenly, specks of light flickered in the distance. A figure walked over. Even though he was old and clumsy, he still carried an emperor's aura. For spirits revolved around him, and divine Tao patterns surrounded him, suppressing the entire world until it trembled. Even though he was a bit old, he indeed had the aura of a monarch. Who was this? Was it another supreme, immortal king that they didn't recognize? "Ancestor," the Yu Emperor spoke. He was known as an undefeated legend, yet he actually directly knelt down. The old man nodded, allowing him to rise. Then, this mysterious old man saluted Jiudaoi, and then he paid his respect to the Dog Emperor and the rotten corpse, saying, "Junior greets the two seniors. You are." Regardless of whether it was the Dog Emperor or the rotten corpse, they both felt a bit familiar, but they couldn't remember who he was. "It's him, the Yang Realm's former fake celestial emperor." Someone cried out in alarm, revealing his identity. What fake celestial emperor? Many people didn't understand. The Yang Realm's current era once had a celestial emperor calendar. According to that calendar, more than 6 million years have passed, But do you all know who that celestial emperor was? It's this person in front of us. An old monster revealed his identity. In the hearts of these super ancient creatures, they didn't approve of the so-called celestial emperor calendar from back then, believing that he was a fake celestial emperor. What? It's really him? Many people from all sides were shocked. Didn't he pass away? He couldn't bear the great karma, so his Tao collapsed and he died. He actually appeared again today. I reckon it should be because he withdrew early, so he didn't die. Someone guessed. The former celestial emperor, who was also the fake celestial emperor many old monsters spoke of, seriously looked at the dog emperor and the rotten corpse and spoke again. Seniors, I prepared for many years, and I have an incomparable desire to fight for the position of celestial emperor in this era. I have confidence that I can advance further, and in the future, I can suppress the inauspicious and strange. Who exactly are you? The rotten corpse asked with a frown. Martial uncles, my father was a true celestial emperor, and he once fought side by side with the 3 celestial emperors, but he unfortunately fell. The person who came spoke. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a true celestial emperor. The dog emperor and the rotten corpse were also greatly shaken, and they also sucked in a breath of cold air, staring at him. Chapter 16:13. The decayed corpse looked at him with a conflicted expression. You can't be my son, right? Everyone, the fake celestial emperor's expression froze. He already paid his respects and didn't hesitate to call him martial uncle. But you still want to be my father? Even though his self-restraint was excellent, he still couldn't bear it. Many people looked at the decayed corpse with strange expressions. What kind of background did this old fellow have? He was taking advantage of others. The decayed corpse's old face was hot. He felt that he was too impetuous. However, he still stubbornly said, "What are you looking at? You guys just don't know. Back then, my true body could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 celestial emperors in a certain era. What remains today is only a remnant soul, not my true self." My father, Gupta, the previous celestial emperor, spoke with a serious expression. The decayed corpse was immediately shocked. Gutua, what an ancient name. Back then, when we fought our way into the shattered celestial domain, we met him and became allies. Yes, in that era, I was fortunate enough to witness the exceptional glory of the 3 celestial emperors, Gutuo's son said. He still remembered that 9 dragons pulled a bronze coffin, carrying the disciples of the 3 celestial emperors into the celestial domain in a grandiose manner. One had to bear in mind that that was an era where immortal ascension was impossible. The 3 celestial emperors actually broke through the limit, trampling on the legends and leading the masses into the celestial domain. Gutuo was considered the most powerful person in the celestial domain in that era, indeed able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 celestial emperors. However, after the great calamity arrived, he unfortunately died in battle. The decayed corpse stared at him and said, "It really is you, the young Gu Qing in his prime back then. I didn't expect to see you again after several great calamities. You actually survived. Come, let me see this child." The dog emperor was also shocked. After all, this was the son of an old friend. Although its relationship with Gu Tua wasn't too deep, they were both creatures that survived from that era after all. Many people were shocked. The previous celestial emperor didn't die and came out to fight for the throne. Moreover, he actually had a great background. In the distance, Chu Feng was also amazed. Back then, the overlord of Yong province wanted to unify the Yong realm, but then it was revealed that there was a fierce person behind him. His sect elder, the undefeated Feather Emperor, appeared not long after. Now, it seemed that the Feather Emperor was only a junior. He was actually the descendant of the previous celestial emperor, Gu Qing. This was understandable why the Harmony Prefecture's bloodline was always thinking about unifying the world. Are you going to lose your throne? Ouyang Guilong whispered to Chu Feng. At this time, Nine Daoi transmitted his voice to Chu Feng. Do you really want to try that throne? Actually, it's not a good thing. Chu Feng asked, can I really become a Dao ancestor if I ascend to that position? Will there be any great karma because of this? At this moment, the atmosphere in front of the two-realm battlefield was delicate. The various powers were secretly discussing in secret, forming alliances with each other and discussing ceaselessly. All of them wanted to obtain that supreme position. Nine Dowie transmitted his voice to Chu Feng, telling him that the seat was useless to beings below the celestial king level. If he really sat on it, he would not be able to bear the great karma, and his Tao would definitely collapse. After all, this wasn't a small matter. It was a Tao seat that was jointly recommended by the heavenly planes. The celestial king should be able to take this opportunity to reach a higher level, and his strength would increase exponentially. When Chu Feng heard this, he immediately supported Nine Dowie to fight for that position, or the three old soldiers beside him could sit on that position. Nine Dowie's expression was incomparably solemn. He said, "That position is not easy to sit on. It means boundless great karma, and it might clash with my Tao fruit. Don't be fooled by the celestial king's eagerness to fight for it now. Once they come into contact with the intrinsic truth, I reckon many will give up." Many people knew that the position was not easy to sit on. The higher one stood, the more miserable it might be in the future. This position is suitable for those experts who collect the wishes of all beings and gather the faith of various races. Our lineage doesn't walk this path at all. Although celestial kings can use this Tao seat to advance further, the most effective ones are still the Buddhist race, the Tao race, and other orthodoxies that are enshrined in temples, as well as beings like Gu Qing who have made all kinds of preparations. As for me and that black dog, we're just casually mentioning it. We don't really intend to compete. What do you think the great fortune this time is? It's the blessing of the wishes of all beings in the heavens. That's Tao fate. When this external force is integrated, the effect is obvious. But one day, when you clash with the endless wishes or when you don't have the Tao fate, what will happen? There's some great karma that not everyone can bear. Gu Qing, the Buddhist race, the Yuan race, the fallen immortal kings, and the others have all come prepared. They've been plotting for this Tao seat. After Nine Dowie's analysis, Chu Feng frowned. He deeply understood how muddy the waters of this pool were and how deep it was. He couldn't participate in it in his current state. The Dog Emperor looked at Gu Qing and said, "I originally wanted to be the Lord of the Heavens, even if it was only for a moment. I'll pass the position down after that, so that I can leave my name in the annals of history. But since you're here today, I won't fight with you. But you must think this through. There's definitely a great terror behind that seat. One misstep, and you'll be consigned to eternal damnation, dying without a burial." Sure enough, the Dog Emperor had only wanted to fight for a seat and leave his name. He didn't really want to be the Lord. Former Celestial Emperor Gu Qing sighed, "I have no way out. I almost collapsed my Tao in the past, and now I can only borrow the wishes of all beings in the heavens to absorb the Tao fate into my body. Only then can I heal my old wounds and break through the shackles to become a Tao ancestor. If that's the case, I'll fight for you too, my dear nephew." The corpse also spoke, but soon he frowned and said, "Strange, I feel like I've lost a lot of important memories. I only realized it when I saw the son of an old friend. What's going on?" The Dog Emperor was shocked. "I have the same feeling. It's like there's another me. I've completely lost it, and I only realized it now." In front of the two-realm battlefield, all sides were debating fiercely. Immortal kings from all walks of life were participating, and it seemed like they all wanted to take the seat. What's going on? Didn't they say that the unsuitable won't have a good ending if they take the seat? Chu Feng was suspicious. Old Gu opened his mouth and said, "This is a topic of conversation. Regardless of whether I succeed or not, I can tell my descendants that I competed for the position of Celestial Emperor back then." His big brother Li Su turned around and glared at him because Li Su was also participating. Of course, he wasn't doing it for conversation, but to earn bargaining chips. "I, Heavenly Emperor Li, can give up this position, but you have to compensate me." Li Su was doing business with someone. Old Gu covered his face and couldn't bear to watch. He felt that Heavenly Emperor Li didn't care about dignity at all. When Chu Feng saw this, he immediately walked over with his head held high and said, "I, Heavenly Emperor Chu, can withdraw if I want. Everyone, copy out the time technique and space source scripture for me to see." However, no one paid attention to him. He wasn't a celestial king, so he was being discriminated against. What a scandal! Is this how celestial emperors get their positions? Zhu Dao couldn't take it anymore and roared in the end. Everyone looked over because many people knew that this time the three old soldiers beside Zhu Dao had contributed greatly. They had an incomparably terrifying deterrent effect, and not many people dare to speak directly to them. Our bloodline gives up. It's him. Zhu Dao personally chose the former celestial emperor Gu Qing out of respect for the dog emperor and the rotten corpse. For a moment, the scene became noisy again. Naturally, we also support him. The dog emperor and the rotten corpse said. Gu Qing came prepared. Some of the celestial kings in the heavens had already reached a consensus with him, and they had formed an alliance many years ago. Now, they immediately supported him. The time for great unification has come. In the end, after compromise, secret discussions, and after various parties' competition, Gu Qing ascended to the position of Celestial Emperor, and the former Celestial Emperor would once again ascend to that position. On this day, thunder fell from the sky, Tao flowers bloomed in the void, and the heavens resonated with each other. When the decrees of the various celestial kings were transmitted back to their respective great worlds, when all the races in the heavens learned of the new Celestial Emperor, a grand power will surged, and the light of the great Tao rose, rolling over and falling on the two-realm battlefield. That day, Gu Qing was submerged by the mottled light of symbols. The great worlds of the heavens all resonated, and the great Tao resonated. Astonishing, auspicious light surged between heaven and earth like an ocean, continuously gathering towards the two-realm battlefield. Everyone was horrified. This was a transformation of a creature that surpassed the celestial king level. To return a favor to the lower realms, my weapon will lend you all a few streaks of light. At this time, a voice sounded from the heavens. The afterimages of the three emperor weapons that made Gu Qing a fake celestial emperor in the past truly appeared today, condensing together into an artifact. Then, three streaks of light scattered down, appearing at Gu Qing's side, also adding to his good fortune. One could vaguely see that the three weapons merged into the great sea of wolf force, perhaps able to be used by him. I can sense it again. The place is vaguely appearing in front of me. Do you think that by not thinking about it, you can make me forget and cut off my path of return? I who once stepped on the Emperor Bone will finally return. In the boundless world ocean of the heavens, the person who claimed to have returned by stepping on the immortal Emperor Bone sensed something again, speeding up. Chapter 16:14. The great era was in turmoil, and a new era had begun. The celestial emperor had just been established, and the four seas rumbled. The divine patterns of the heavens appeared, illuminating the various great worlds and resonating with all races. At this moment, all the evolvers knew that the heaven and earth had become one. The emperor's throne had risen and illuminated the world. Rumble. That aura was incomparably terrifying. It drew in the will of all living beings and drew in the endless fate of the Tao. It was like a river of stars hanging down and pouring into the two-realm battlefield. Everyone could sense that Gu Qing had broken through the limits of the peak of the immortal king realm and stepped into a brand new domain. Divine might undulated, vast like a sea of stars in the cosmos, and supreme divine chains of order shuttled through his pores, entangled on his Tao bones, interweaved within his flesh and blood, suffused within his soul light, and condensed within his true spirit imprint. He had obtained the Tao and become an ancestral-level creature. After many years, a Tao ancestor-level expert was finally born in the various great worlds. This wasn't the heavens, but rather the polluted heavens. It wasn't easy, and it was too difficult to produce a creature of this level. The great Tao sensed it, and the laws resonated. For a moment, the heavens were resonating with him. and they were blossoming with auspicious light and releasing auspicious energy. One could see that in the sky, divine golden lotuses were blooming one after another, and the surface of the earth was surging with sweet springs. The heavens were illuminated with auspicious light, and divine petals fluttered in midair. Gu Qing had just ascended the throne and directly broke through, but he wanted more. In this chaotic era where the world could be overturned, Tao ancestor-level creatures could also fall, and they could also be mercilessly killed. Only by completely transcending and becoming an existence at the end of the road could he truly be invincible. Only then could he be considered a true celestial emperor who could sweep through the heavens and earth. Otherwise, after 1,000 years, it would be difficult for him to escape the evaluation of the false emperor. For a moment, he used his peerless great divine ability to reveal his true body, appearing in the various worlds and appearing in the hearts of the various races' creatures. Although the immortal king had passed down a decree, it was impossible for the mortals of all races to know about the so-called celestial emperor in such a short period of time. Ordinary people care more about daily necessities, and they were tired from living. Who cared about who the high and mighty one was? It was different now. Gu Qing wanted to become stronger, so he directly illuminated the mortal world with his will, appearing in the various great worlds. Now that he had become a Tao ancestor-level living being, he indeed had the strength to do so. It was not a problem for him to split the minds of millions of people in all the realms. That was terrifying. When a celestial emperor personally divided his thoughts and communicated with all living beings, what kind of vast power would be stirred up? Rumble. All realms were shaken endlessly. The great Tao erupted, and countless natural laws appeared, running through the long river of time. Be careful. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. The Dog Emperor shouted, extremely solemn. It was because it knew that this was an unimaginably great karma. Even with the body of a celestial emperor, it was difficult to bear the power of will of everyone in the world. In fact, Gu Qing immediately realized that something was wrong. He knew that what he wanted was beyond what his body could bear. Crack! Above his head, the halo of fortune formed by the celestial emperor Tao immortal shattered. Puff! At the same time, his body cracked apart and blood poured out. His body was on the verge of collapse. Very soon, there were terrifying wounds all over his body, and even his soul light had been severed. This kind of karma was unimaginable. The greater the good fortune one received, the greater the karma one had to pay. There were countless living beings, and everyone had different thoughts in their hearts. Even if it was a supreme being, a being at the end of the world, it was impossible for it to satisfy everyone's thoughts and hopes. Therefore, Gu Qing suffered a calamity. The immortal kings from all walks of life felt their scalps go numb. Was this a major incident? The celestial emperor had just been established, and he was about to collapse. Everyone realized that this great fortune was indeed not that easy to bear, and it was accompanied by a terrifying calamity. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, 3 vibrating sounds rang out, and 3 weapons appeared outside Gu Qing's body. A mirror, a truncheon, and a lamp. The 3 weapons rotated in turn, cutting off the endless power of will that entangled his body, severing the terrifying karma lines, isolating him there. Everyone was shocked. The Tao ancestor-level being was about to collapse, but it was actually stopped by the 3 weapons, allowing him to preserve his life. This old man was greedy, and now I've recognized myself after this calamity. Gu Qing let out a long sigh. His whole body shone, and his body healed. His soul light flourished, and he quickly recovered. If it wasn't for the 3 weapons bestowed with a portion of the mighty power by the heaven's end of the world, he would be in danger. The heavens regained its peace, but all kinds of auspicious phenomena did not dissipate and were still playing out everywhere. After all, there was one more Tao ancestor-level being. The celestial emperor had just been established, and everything was a new atmosphere. Darkness enveloped the world, and strangeness lay dormant in unknown places. Blood and chaos played out continuously, reincarnating one era after another. May all sin and evil be eliminated in this world, and the new era begins. I pray for the everlasting light and eternal peace. This era shall be known as the Eternal Light Era. Gu Qing stood on an altar and prayed to the heavens, setting down the name of the new era. The everlasting light and peace were also what all evolvers hoped for. But could it really be like this? The Eternal Light Era? How laughable. This era had already been calculated millions and millions of years ago to be the Gray Era. Everything had long been decided. A cold laugh came from the end of the horizon, accompanied by a large expanse of mist, full of strangeness and inauspiciousness. Boom! In the next moment, an old soldier beside Jiao Daoi immediately rushed out. With a rumble, he smashed the sky with a fist, and that place completely exploded. A large expanse of gray mist surged, and there was a mournful scream from an old man. His entire body was covered in gray mist, and very soon, he continuously cracked and then exploded. This is very good. The new era has begun, and there will be strange creatures as sacrifices. Jiao Daoi spoke. Many people's faces twitched. The one that was killed by that old soldier was actually an immortal king, a monster that came from the source of strangeness. He was actually killed by that legless old soldier, just like that. The experts of all races were overwhelmed with shock, and they understood a step further just how terrifying the old soldier who had gone through the blood baptism of that person was. Almost at the same time, Chu Feng also moved. He rushed towards another direction and shouted, "Little Gray!" In that direction, there were a few young men and women at the end of the horizon. They were all up-and-coming talents from ominous races, destined to rise up in this era. Among them was a gray-haired woman, precisely a creature that had transformed from the foreign realm connected to the Little Yin realm. She had previously tortured Chu Feng to a state of hovering between life and death. She could be considered a young seed-level expert that had wandered outside since ancient times, and there were even people who called her the Gray Mist Princess. Chu Feng came precisely for her. After sensing her aura, his emotions surged and his breathing became hurried. His chest rose and fell intensely, and he turned into a streak of light, tearing open the sky and directly slaughtering his way over. At the gray-haired woman's side were several other young men and women, and none of them were ordinary. They were all seed-level little monsters. Little Gray, I had previously captured a clone of yours and suppressed it into a dog. In the end, I still couldn't hold back and killed it. Now, I've come to settle things with you, Chu Feng said coldly. Back then, he had been attacked by the gray matter in the Little Yin realm, and it had been too tragic. As long as there was a chance, he would naturally take revenge. The strange and ominous creatures came to spy on them again, not preparing to fight. However, the crippled old man was too fierce, and he killed a celestial king in the first place. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was also extremely wild. After seeing the Gray Mist Princess, his fighting spirit exploded, and his blood of anger shot through his skull straight into the sky, tearing the vault of heaven apart. Boom! There was nothing more to say. The battle immediately broke out, and these young monsters didn't have time to escape. Bang! 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 It didn't take long before the 5 young men and women were killed. They either turned into black blood, turned into silver-white light, or turned into golden juice while they were still alive. Only the Gray Mist Princess escaped with her life, and she was rescued by the mysterious creature who tore open the space. However, she left behind 2 long legs that looked snow-white and sparkling, and she was carried back by Chu Feng. However, on the way back, her 2 long legs turned into gray mist, and he firmly imprisoned them in his hands. It was too cruel. Everyone looked at Chu Feng with strange expressions. This master had just gotten to Heaven Daozi, and now he was tearing apart the strange creatures. Chu Feng turned back to look behind him and said, Go back and tell the young monsters of the source of the strangeness that I'll take them all in the future. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill a pair. By the way, are there any ominous daozi or strange geniuses? Wash your necks and wait for me." After saying these words, he kneaded the thick gray mist around him and directly refined it. He used the small grinding stone in his body to grind it into a pure substance for his use. This is abnormal. Who's the ominous? Who's the strange? And who's the monster? I think this guy is more like it. The people of high heavens hadn't retreated yet, and their middle-aged and young generation couldn't help but speak up. For a time, everyone in the world was shocked. All the evolvers of the younger generation who were paying attention to the two-realm battlefield were shocked. Chu Feng is too awesome, as expected of being truly unrivaled. Ying Xiao Xiao of the quasi-saint race was overjoyed and incomparably happy. After today's battle, Chu Feng's name naturally shook the world. His name was spread everywhere, and all the races in the heavens unanimously agreed that he had surpassed all the generations since ancient times. After all, even Shang Tsung Daozi couldn't suppress him. Anyone who dared to fight against him was overturned by him. Crown the fallen immortal royal family's chief Kun He as the fallen king, conferring the ancient Buddha Ming Chan of the Buddhist clan as the Buddhist king. Ancestor Qing Xian of the Hung clan is conferred the title of King Hung. The founder of the Feather race shall be named the Feather King. On that day, after the Celestial the Arch had been established, in front of the two-realm battlefield, the new Celestial the Arch Gu Qing had conferred the title of King. Confer. Gu Qing looked at Jiu Daoyi. His lips moved, but he didn't make a sound. This was because this person and the three old soldiers were too powerful. They had once followed a true Celestial the Arch and were that person's bodyguards. How could he dare to confer the title? Jiu Daoyi waved his hand and said, "No need to consider me. I haven't been conferred the title of king for many years." Everyone, the three old soldiers naturally didn't need it, and they weren't willing to ascend to such a throne. Then, Gu Qing looked at the dog emperor and the rotten corpse. "Don't tell me you wanted to mote my emperor to king? Forget it." The dog emperor waved his big paw and directly refused. Even though Gu Qing's strength had skyrocketed and he had become a Dao ancestor-level life form, he still didn't dare to display the might of a Celestial the Arch in front of the dog emperor. This was because the dog emperor had followed the truly unrivaled third Celestial the Arch. Confer Li Shou the title of Black King Li. When he heard this title, Li Shou's face immediately darkened. He almost wanted to raise a great flag and rebel, but he restrained himself in the end and said, "King Li will do. Remove the word black." "Isn't black good?" The pitch-black dog emperor asked him. Li Shou didn't want to talk to it. He cursed in his heart. "It's because this dog uses black as the title of emperor that I don't want to be the Black King." Confer the Four Tribulation Sparrow race's ancient ancestor as the Four Tribulation Monarch. Confer the Six-Eared Macaque race's ancient ancestor as the Battle Monkey Monarch. After hearing this title, the young Six-Eared Macaque Mi Tian, who was standing next to Chu Feng, scratched his ears and cheeks. Their race's ancestor, who lived in seclusion in the outer realm, was actually conferred the title of Battle Monkey. In the end, Gu Qing looked at the middle-aged generation and said, "Confer Chu Feng as King Chu." Everyone was in an uproar because the previous kings were all real celestial kings, and there was no exception. At this time, the new Emperor Gu Qing actually made an exception and conferred the title of King Chu, a young expert who wasn't even a true immortal, as King Chu. Even Chu Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that the last throne would land in his hands. Obviously, this had something to do with him suppressing the Taoists of high heavens. At the same time, it was most likely because Gu Qing gave him the throne out of respect for Jiu Daoyi and the three old soldiers. If one thought about it carefully, the latter reason was more plausible. Gu Qing was expressing goodwill to Jiu Daoyi. However, Chu Feng really didn't want this kind of throne. In his opinion, it was useless. It would only put him in the eye of the storm and attract all kinds of hostility for no reason. Moreover, his future path of evolution was to fight his way up. Why would he need someone else to confer the title of king? Zhou Daoi said, "It's up to you whether you accept it or not." However, with the title of King Chu, you can ask the new emperor for mutant soil, invincible pollen, and so on. I think you will definitely be able to take out these salaries and ensure that you evolve all the way. This could be considered. Chu Feng thought about the various benefits he could obtain. King Chu has such a slender waist. So many in the harem will starve to death. Ouyang Feng began to sing as he spoke. In the end, he was slapped into the ground by Chu Feng with a bang. My uncle is Chu Feng. He's been conferred the title of king. Let's go and seek shelter from him. Chu Feng is the youngest king. If he wants to open a palace, I'll be the first to seek shelter. That day, the whole world looked askance, and countless people were in heated discussion. In reality, the new emperor made another big move on the day he was conferred the title of king. He wanted to sweep through the four directions and achieve true unification. On that day, Chu Feng led a number of great beauties into battle. Gu Dahai, Yu Tianzi, Dong Dahu, and Ouyang Dalong had rushed to the two-realm battlefield. In reality, all the old friends had appeared and gathered together once again. The old donkey Lu Bohu and the young black yak also joined in. Yellow Cattle had now become the white Qilin. He also wanted to become a member of the great beauties. Me too, me too. Zhoshi giggled. She was quite interested. How about Sister Yao Yao joining too? The black yak invited sincerely, but he was directly slapped away. On that day, the so-called 10 great beauties set out on the road. They arrived outside a forbidden area in the Yang realm. This place would become the battlefield for King Chu's conferment. It's you. How dare you appear in front of me? In the forbidden area of the Yang realm, a creature immediately appeared and locked onto Chu Feng, Gu Dahu, and Dong Da. Who are you? Do you see that I'm jealous because of the #1 beauty in the world? Chu Feng said calmly. In front of him, the woman's beauty was somewhat unreal. She was outstanding and elegant like a fairy. She didn't look like a savage creature in the forbidden area. On the contrary, she looked like a true fairy even though she was angry. She's that great vicious beast. Gu Dahu's expression was solemn. Chu Feng still hadn't remembered. Then he saw Gu Dahu, this shameless old man, actually staring at her chest. I'm not joking, nor am I being indecent. She's that great vicious beast from back then. Gu Dahu emphasized. Chu Feng didn't pay attention to him. He pushed him to the side and said, "Great vicious, brother, you know me? You still dare to tease me when death is at hand." The woman's black hair was like a waterfall. Her eyes were very fierce, and her beautiful face was full of killing intent. She said, "Before I kill you, hand over my keepsake first." Chu Feng was startled. He immediately felt that this woman was familiar, as if he had met her before. He couldn't help but say, "Big brother, no, woman, have we met before? You're so infuriating. You 3 shameless bastards stole my keepsake back then, and now you dare to take liberties with me." It was obvious that the woman in the forbidden area was truly angry. Her killing intent soared to the heavens. Chapter 16:15. As if they had met before, Chu Feng came to a realization. He had indeed seen this woman and knew who she was. "It's that black beauty of yours?" he blurted out without thinking. This undoubtedly made the fair-skinned, youthful, and beautiful woman even angrier. Even her willowy eyebrows were raised. The other beauty members, such as Ouyang Guilong, were also speechless. What kind of words was this? Was she looking for a beating? As expected, this woman who had walked out of the forbidden zone struck out with her palm. Immortal chi overflowed and order interweaved in the void. Impressively, she was a top figure among the Origin Immortals, a powerhouse of the eternal realm. This was extremely rare. Apart from Chu Feng in the Yang realm, there was actually such a creature in the middle and young generation. However, even a powerhouse of the eternal realm would find it difficult to defeat Chu Feng. With a bang, Chu Feng raised his hand to block the attack. He had 2 Dao fruits and could suppress the Taoists of high heavens, who in the middle and young generation could contend with him. You, the woman was shocked. How long had it been since they parted? She was actually no match for him. One had to know that on that day, if not for Chu Feng, Old Gu, and Dong Dahu escaping in advance, she could kill the three of them with a single finger. The great evil spirit, Tiger Dong, finally realized what was going on, and he looked a little like a tiger. Brother Tiger, who is this girl? She has quite a temper. How dare she attack Demon Chu in this day and age? Don't tell me she's cut off from the world and doesn't know it's already the era of Chu Wudi? Old Donkey's reincarnation, Lu Bohu, spoke. His temperament was still the same as before, and he was sucking up. Now, he waved his folding fan and looked like a handsome young man. It was a far cry from his bared front teeth and long ears in the Littlean realm. Dong Dahu didn't say anything and directly slapped the back of his head, causing the donkey to spin 3 times on the spot. You untrustworthy old donkey. Back then, we agreed to reincarnate together. Alas, I was so touched by your lies that I abandoned my tiger body and reincarnated as a donkey. In the end, you turned around and became a scholar. I really want to kick you to death. The Manchurian tiger panted heavily as he spoke. If it wasn't for him, Chu Feng, and Old Gu obtaining the bloodline fruit on the Forbidden Island overseas, he would still be a donkey right now. It was very difficult for him to transform back into an exotic, desolate tiger. Hee-haw, don't blame me. At that time, I was also dizzy and a little muddle-headed. I didn't expect you to really reincarnate as the strongest sacred beast. F***CK off. Holy beast my ass. Everyone was speechless. They had come to the Forbidden Zone, but in the end, these two fellows were fighting amongst themselves. The great demon spirit was also speechless. What the hell is this? For a moment, she was a little confused about the situation. Miss, it's a misunderstanding. Chu Feng coughed and began to talk to the woman opposite him. Back then, he, Old Gu, and Dong Dao went to the towering waterfall to try their luck. They had seen the great demon spirit sneaking in from the alien realm in a chariot. However, the great Tao of the two realms clashed. In addition, the great Tao of the two realms clashed, and the great demon spirit suffered a backlash from the law of the two realms. That day, after the woman succeeded in breaking through the barrier, she escaped into the earth vein and soon fainted. At that time, Chu Feng, Old Gu, and Dong Dahu were not very strong. They could not even defeat a fainted great demon spirit. However, where did these 3 people come from? In the spirit of plundering the goose's feathers, they directly looted the great demon spirit. They shouted that it was a bad omen, but they were not afraid. They even took away the boots, socks, earrings, hairpins, and even part of the battle skirt. Of course, the most precious thing was the token that the great demon spirit had just mentioned, a pendant made of dark gold. What misunderstanding! Snatching my token, stripping my armor, judging me, and saying that it's a bad omen. The great demon spirit was so angry that it attacked again with a bang. However, even if it had thousands of laws and peerless skills, it was still blocked by Chu Feng, who suppressed it with one hand. Chu Feng's palm glowed like the sky falling, pressing on the top of the woman's head. The runes were dense and intertwined, causing the space to explode and collapse. The great demon spirit supported itself with both hands. Its body was trembling, and a large amount of white mist rose from its white skin. That was the result of the evaporation of immortal light and sweat. She was really shocked. She was no match for this young man. It should be known that she was already a top expert among her generation. Otherwise, how could she dare to break into the Yang realm alone? Moreover, she had now adjusted her state and adapted to the laws of this world. She was not in a weak period, but was in peak condition. Chu Feng, did you take off the lady's battle skirt? Lady, she questioned, her big eyes glancing at Chu Feng. After hearing this, Chu Feng became extremely serious and said, Old Gu took it off. He saw that the level of the other party's armor was high and refused to leave no matter what. As a result, he sowed this karma. This is an undeserved disaster for me. Old Gu gritted his teeth after hearing this. What did it have to do with him? Wasn't he the scapegoat now? It was this unreliable tiger who took it off. He insisted on robbing the other party's battle skirt. How tasteless. Olgu also pushed the blame to Dong Daho. Dong Daho grinded his teeth. This was all his fault. Who was the unreliable one? This was a typical case of the big fish eating the small fish and the small fish eating the shrimps. Then he slapped Lu Bo's head and said, "It's all your fault. F***CK. Old Donkey was so angry that he wanted to curse. You're too simple and crude. You don't even bother to think of a reason and directly push the blame to me. But I didn't go back then either. Who should I look for to judge? Back then, Old Donkey tricked the Manchurian tiger into reincarnating into a donkey. Now, he felt guilty when he saw him and was momentarily tongue-tied. He was too embarrassed to directly refute. Then he saw the silver little Cheelin, the reincarnation of Yellow Cattle. Old Donkey bared his teeth and said, "I feel that you should be the one to blame. What are you doing? Are you bullying me?" The Black Yak directly stepped forward. He was still a bull in this life and was of the royal race. Although he was still a youth, he was already taller than an adult. He had thick horns on his head, wore sunglasses, and held a cigar in his mouth. He still had the habits from back then in the small netherworld. "Suppress." Yellow Cattle spoke in a childish voice. He directly took action and stretched out a Cheelin arm to suppress Old Donkey. Looking at these people, young lady, she blinked her big eyes and hot tears almost fell. In the end, she only said softly, "How nice." Back then, it was a parting of life and death. She thought those people had passed away and would never see them again. Now that they could meet again in this life and gather together again, she felt that this was a heavenly blessing and the greatest blessing. It was still the same group of youth from before. Vaguely, it seemed as if they had returned to the small netherworld. They behaved in the same manner, joked around, and were full of cheerful laughter. Chu Feng was also deeply moved. After so many years, they could still walk together. This was indeed a pleasant surprise, but it also made one feel sad. It was just that some people, like the great demons of Kunlun and the old grandmaster of Wudong, had reincarnated after their separation. There was no longer any news of them, and it was unknown whether they could still be found in this life. Also, there was no trace of his parents until now. Cherishing the people in front of him, Chu Feng firmly believed that he must become stronger and not allow tragedies to happen again. But when he thought of reincarnation, he naturally had some doubts. Was reincarnation real? Were these people in front of him the carriers of memories, or had they really returned? He didn't think too much and didn't accept pessimism. He just wanted to protect everything in front of him. Obviously, the great evil spirit was no match for Chu Feng, so she also gave up struggling. Chu Feng returned the black gold pendant to her, which made her reveal a happy expression and reduce her hostility. "I come from the fallen immortal royal clan." She revealed her identity. The so-called great evil spirit came from the great world where the fallen immortal king was. Not long ago, in front of the Two Realms battlefield, the fallen immortal royal clan really showed terrifying strength. Moreover, this time, it was their clan that opened the world barrier and connected the world of the living. The real fallen immortal king took action and naturally could easily open the passage, so that the younger generation of the clan would not suffer the backlash of the Great Path Law of the Yang Realm. Are all the great evil spirits in this forbidden area? No. Are they all stowaways from the fallen immortal royal clan? Chu Feng asked. Yes, this is the dojo opened by the fallen immortal royal clan in the world of the living, the great evil spirit replied. Her real name was Flowing Light, and she had been in seclusion. Just now, she was alarmed and came out. Flowing Light, our clansmen have come and have already pledged allegiance to the new celestial emperor. You don't have to be hostile. You are friends with the few little friends outside, not enemies, the old monster in the forbidden area said. Chu Feng said, this couldn't be better. Thank you for your understanding, senior. Now that the heavens are unified, it's good to unite against the outside world. In reality, how could he not be prepared when he dared to come to the forbidden area? He had an immortal king-level trump card on him. so he was not afraid of any accident happening. In short, everything went very smoothly. The old monster in this forbidden area clearly said that they would listen to orders and get in touch with the fallen immortal royal clan. Senior, I wonder if the people of the overseas heavenly immortal island are also related to the fallen immortal royal clan. Joshi asked. Yes, they're also our clansmen. In reality, even the ancestors of the quasi-mortal race are related to us, the old monster in the forbidden area said. The quasi-immortal race was the clan Ing Xiao Xiao belonged to. However, they had already naturalized long ago. Even their evolutionary path was no different from that of the Yang realm as they stepped onto the pollen path. Chu Feng said, "Could I trouble Senior to send someone to the heavenly immortal island to explain the situation to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings when we land on the island?" "That's fine, Lu Guang. Take my letter and make a trip there." Apart from this place, there was also the overseas heavenly immortal island among the orthodoxies that Chu Feng was in charge of suppressing. The former great evil spirit, the current fairy Lu Guang, set off together with Chu Feng and the others. "Look quickly, who's that?" "Demon Chu. What are you shouting demon for? You don't want to live anymore, right?" "That's my uncle, the killer of the heavenly Daozi, the true supreme seed." On the way, after some people saw Chu Feng and the others, they were incomparably shocked. "Uncle Chu, it's me. Your name is engraved on my soul light. I want to seek refuge with you." Some people chased after them and directly recognized them as relatives. "Uncle Chu, where are you going to open a residence? When the time comes, we'll go and seek refuge with you." There are already tens of thousands of fellow Taoists preparing to set off on their way. Chu Feng was dizzy. This group of people really got together? Their playful actions on the reincarnation road back then actually bore this kind of fruit. The humanoid King Mo clan is right ahead. Ouyang Dalong gnashed his teeth. Back then, he and Chu Feng had been pursued miserably by this clan. To be more precise, it was the strange dragon himself who had been pursued miserably. After all, he had been carrying the blame for Chu Feng for a long time. Boom! Chu Feng slapped over and directly flattened that majestic residence's main gate. The reason why they were hurrying on their way and didn't use domains to traverse space was because they wanted to pass by here and vent their anger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many figures rushed out from the humanoid King Mo clan's residence. When they saw that it was Chu Feng, their expressions immediately changed. "So it's King Chu," said an old man. Very soon, he revealed a smile and said, "We obey the Celestial Emperor's decree and are ready to fight for the human race at any time." "King Chu, there were some misunderstandings in the past. We're really sorry. We're willing to bear a rod and ask for forgiveness. We hope you won't take offense and be magnanimous," said another Mo clan legendary figure. Chu Feng was speechless. At first, he wanted to find an excuse to teach the Mo clan a lesson. Who would have thought they would lower their stance so much? Now that they had to unite against the outside world, it would be somewhat intolerable if he were to seek revenge and cause trouble for the Mo clan. "All of you, behave yourselves. Don't let me find out that you're colluding with the bizarre and inauspicious." With that, Chu Feng left with everyone. Ouyang Guilong was very unhappy. Back then, he had been on the run for a long time. Today, he really wanted to settle things here. The boundless blue sea and the waves pounded the sky. They had arrived at the overseas celestial island. Things went smoothly. Even though they were overseas, the celestial island had long since known what had happened in the two-realm battlefield. Moreover, there was someone from the same race, Fairy Guang, who had come from the Forbidden Region to deliver more accurate information. As such, the people of the overseas celestial island expressed their allegiance to the Celestial Emperor and were willing to unite against the outside world. The one who received Chu Feng's group was Sheng Yuxian, a clean and elegant woman. She chatted happily with Chu Feng and Zhou Shi. In addition, there were also Chu Feng's old friends, Jiang Luotian and Xia Qinyu. The two of them were actually stranded on the overseas celestial island. They were old friends from the lesser Yin realm. Chu Feng had a complicated relationship with them. In the past, his first blind date was with Xia Qinyu. At that time, Jiang Luoshen was accompanying her good friend, and it had caused a series of events that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Now that he thought about it, it seemed like it had happened just yesterday. To be able to meet two old friends for the lesser Yin realm in the Yang realm, Chu Feng was also filled with endless emotions. In fact, this was not the first time he had met Jiang Luoshen. Last time, when he was refining the golden body in the revered 8 trigrams furnace, Chu Feng had actually seen her. At that time, Jiang Luoshen and Sheng Yuxian were standing together. At this moment, Jiang Luoshen and Xia Qinyu both had complicated expressions. Thinking of everything in the past and their current encounters, they found it difficult to calm down. In addition, the two of them were also incomparably shocked. They had long known of Chu Feng's experiences in the Yang realm and were incomparably shocked. They felt that it was somewhat unimaginable that this old friend from the lesser Yin realm could actually stir up such a boundless storm in the Yang realm, even sweeping away the Taoist to the upper heavens and suppressing him. At the same time, they thought of how they had originally lived in a modern city, but unexpectedly encountered the changes of the world and embarked on the path of evolution. They could only sigh at the fickleness of fate. Chu Feng, Xia Qinyu was relatively weaker. She directly rushed over and hugged Chu Feng's arm, crying, "I want to go home. Can you send me back?" Chapter 16:16. Chu Feng's arms were wet with tears. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. The past, the life of the past, seemed so far away, yet so close at hand. Everything was like a dream. It was too unreal. He was just a graduate living on Earth. How did he end up on such a path? At that time, he was thinking about his job after graduation. Now, he was facing blood and chaos, strange and ominous, and an unknown and unimaginably powerful enemy. In the past, he didn't even have many opportunities to process living ingredients in the kitchen. But now he wanted to kill. He stretched out his hands and looked at them. Then he looked up at the blue sky. Everything was like a dream. The modern city life was gone. The law of the jungle, cruel blood, and chaos enveloped the world. In fact, this wasn't the life he wanted. He also wanted to go back to the past. If I could go back, what would I choose? Maybe I wouldn't have set foot on such a path. Chu Feng thought of the past and sighed. Who didn't have regrets in life? The voice and smile of his parents, the reunion of a family, all of these seemed to be there in the past. But now he couldn't find them. If life could be restarted, if there was a fork in time, I want to change it. After saying these words, he seemed to have triggered something. He faintly heard the words of a young man. The past is reappearing. Time forks. I want to find you. Everything that was lost, everything that has passed away, I want it all back. Chu Feng's hair stood on end. Who was this person? It seemed to be right beside him, right in his heart, but he didn't sense it in advance. He looked around. She, Old Gu, Yellow Cattle, Jiang Luoshen, and the others didn't sense anything. Even Xia Qinyu, who was grabbing his arm, was crying as if she didn't hear anything. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed. He finally felt something. Was it coming from the stone jar in his body? But he couldn't easily take it out and search on the celestial island. Don't cry. You'll come home one day. Chu Feng comforted Xia Qinyu. This was his first blind date. He didn't expect to reunite like this in a different world after so many years. When Xia Qinyu's eyes were filled with tears. We still have to wait, but it won't be too long, Chu Feng told her. It wasn't that he didn't want to go back, but because there was something strange going on Earth now. There was a big manipulator behind the scenes, and he reckoned that even the current celestial sovereign might not be able to deal with it. The netherworld and Earth had been repeating themselves for many years. They were both changing and reincarnating, playing out a similar environment. It was suspected that there was an unfathomable existence raising Gu, hoping to cultivate that person and someone similar to the 3 Sky Emperors. Chu Feng didn't dare to go back without clearly finding out who this powerful entity was and solving this problem. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be targeted. Last time, he had used the rebirth road to escape from that strange situation. Now that he thought about it, he was really scared. That was because he was still very weak at that time, and it was difficult for him to attract the attention of high-level creatures. Things were a bit different now. Once he entered the little Een realm again, it was hard to say what would happen. How long will it take? Xia Qianyu's eyes were filled with tears, but they were also filled with hope. Even though Jiang Luoshan was relatively strong and had gradually adapted to the life of an evolved being in the Yang realm, now she also showed a look of longing. As a wanderer, who wouldn't want to return home if possible? Very soon, I will make a proposal to the new emperor. Chu Feng told him seriously. The scenery of the overseas celestial island was beautiful, with spirit mountains, divine waterfalls, celestial mist, and jade palaces. It was like a paradise. The trip went smoothly. Chu Feng, Zhou Shi, Mi Tian, Old Gu, and the others stopped on the island to enjoy the beautiful scenery with Shang Yuxin's accompaniment. On the way, the top echelon of the celestial island, an old monster at the true immortal level, came to meet with Chu Feng alone. He was very direct, pulling Chu Feng aside and explaining the purpose of his visit. At the same time, he also tactfully told Chu Feng that he could choose between Shang Yuxian and Jiang Luoshan, or even both. Chu Feng felt a headache coming on. He came to quell the chaos, but in the end, there was no battle and he actually got a couple of Dao companions. However, he really didn't have such thoughts when facing the overseas celestial island. He hadn't even expressed his stance yet, but someone had already exploded. Zhou, she was the first to express her stance. With a calm and beautiful face, she said, "Don't worry, the new emperor has already asked about Chu Feng's matter. He has already made arrangements." Old Gu, the strange dragon, and the others were speechless. Even as a top true immortal, the old monster from the overseas celestial island looked at her and Chu Feng and finally opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't force the issue. The group hurried on their way. Chu Feng left as if he was fleeing. First, he was afraid of being married, and second, he wanted to find a place without people to take out the stone jar and see what was going on. "You must come and pick me up as soon as possible." Xia Qinyu waved from behind, very reluctant. She missed her hometown and her parents. "I still want to go back and make movies." The former national goddess, today's evolver, Jiang Luoshan, teased herself with a bitter smile. She knew that even if she could go back, everything would probably be different. Blue waves rippled, and islands dotted the vast ocean. Occasionally, a flood dragon would soar into the sky, riding on the clouds, and there were also huge sea monsters stirring up towering waves. However, when these creatures saw Chu Feng and the others, they immediately quieted down and dove into the water, not daring to raise any more waves. It could be said that this time, Chu Feng's tour of the world and pacified the four directions went so smoothly that even he was a bit surprised. He didn't even start a big battle. The mission is almost complete. Let's go to the last place, the forbidden area of the revered 8 trigrams furnace. After being bestowed the title of Empress by the new emperor, Chu Feng was in charge of pacifying the four directions. Although there weren't many tasks, it was definitely not easy. After all, the old monsters in the forbidden area were somewhat unfathomable and dangerous. On the way, Chu Feng quietly took out the stone jar and carefully sensed it. However, the young man's voice had disappeared, and the stone jar was silent without any signs of abnormality. Although he checked it repeatedly and carefully, there were no more accidents. Chu Feng was very regretful and could only put it aside for the time being. "Father, I've come looking for you. I want to go with you to pacify the chaos." A voice came from the distant sky as a fair and plump youth rushed over at an extremely fast speed. It was none other than the little Taoist, Chu Feng and Qin Luoyin's child. Now, he was wearing his Taoist robe again and running all the way. Suddenly, a large hand tore through the void and quickly reached out to scoop up the little Taoist. This caused the hearts of Chu Feng and the others to sink. They felt that something was amiss and wanted to rescue him immediately. But in an instant, they stopped because they felt a terrifying, powerful, and familiar aura. It was actually the Dog Emperor's partner, the rotten corpse. "I knew you weren't being honest. What can I say to you?" Go back. I won't. The little Taoist struggled. Immeasurable, that tribulation. The rotten corpse was furious and said, "How improper! This poor Taoist's illustrious reputation is unparalleled in the heavens and earth, yet you're going to ruin it at the last moment. You want to find a cheap father for me? I'll beat you to death. You've ruined my illustrious reputation. Go back and cultivate. Don't even think of leaving if you can't beat me." He and the little Taoist were two sides of the same body. They were both the split souls of the same person. He was so old, and his origins were unfathomable. He was afraid that the little Taoist would randomly recognize relatives everywhere after he went out. Of course, he was most worried that he would call Chu Feng his father. He simply couldn't stand it. "Save me," the little Taoist shouted as he tried his best to come over. He waved at Chu Feng and greeted his good friend, Yellow Cattle. "Senior, can you let go of my son?" Chu Feng braced himself and said, but he knew he had said something wrong as soon as he finished speaking. It was too late, even if he wanted to cover his mouth. "Amitabha Buddha, immeasurable is strange my grandpa." The rotten corpse was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. The black rotten flesh on his body trembled continuously. He almost made a move, but the little Taoist grabbed his arm at the crucial moment and forced him to hold back. "I can't be bothered to talk to you guys anymore. Go back." He picked up the person and was about to leave. The little Taoist wiped his tears. He was really sad. Even though he had cheated Chu Feng in the past, he was a person of 2 lifetimes. Now that he saw a group of old friends, he was especially close. He wanted to go on the road with them and stay together. But he also knew that this most likely wouldn't work. The rotten corpse was worried that he would randomly recognize relatives everywhere. Secondly, he felt that this little fatso's strength was too weak and that he was losing face. As a split soul, he had to rise up as soon as possible. Knowing that he couldn't do it, the little Taoist looked up at the sky and sighed. He could only bid farewell to Chu Feng and the others. But before he left, he told Chu Feng, "I, Yao Yao, am going into seclusion. I said I won't bid farewell to you guys and that we'll meet again in the future." Everyone's hearts stirred when they heard this. Yao Yao was a peerless beauty of a generation and was the Empress's successor. She had also walked the flower pollen road and had even fallen into the great Yin realm. She had learned the techniques there and cultivated the strong points of each sect. This time, she had broken through again in seclusion. When she reappeared, she would most likely be at the apex of the great universe, peerless, and truly become an immortal, right? Only Zhou Shi's beautiful little face darkened as she glared at the little Taoist. In the end, the little Taoist shouted again, "Father, I remember now. Those old scoundrels and those old immortal kings are quarreling over your marriage. They say they want to unite by marriage, and some people want to find a son-in-law. Looking at their stance, I think they want to give you 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines." After saying these words, he ran away. He didn't even need the rotten corpse to grab him and leave. Everyone was speechless. Cough. Chu Feng coughed dryly and broke the silence. "We also have to hurry up and quickly increase our cultivation. After we return, I'll ask the new emperor for resources. I want great universe mutant soil and peerless pollen. All right, if you need anything, tell me in advance. Now that the heavens are unified, I'm the king of a region. The new emperor can't be short of my salary. It has to be in line with my position. Cultivation resources should all be satisfied. All right. I want the peerless fruit in a certain restricted area that can increase one's cultivation." Old Gu was the first to jump up. Looking from afar, the revered 8 trigrams furnace's forbidden area was steaming with flames all year round. That was a heavenly fire formed from Tao patterns. There were many legends regarding this forbidden area. The most mainstream theory in the Yang realm was that this forbidden area came from beyond the 33 heavens and had fallen from the outer realm. Zhojingda, Chaoda, Jide, Mouthda. Perhaps I should call you Chu Feng. You still dare to come? A creature appeared in the revered 8 trigrams furnace's forbidden area and shouted coldly with a murderous aura. Last time, Chu Feng had come to the 8 trigrams furnace to refine his golden body. He had promised to help the beings in the Forbidden Land search for the mysteries left behind by the Empress, but in the end, he had run away from that space. However, Chu Feng didn't feel guilty at all. The old monsters in the Forbidden Area were using him at that time. If he really returned from the entrance, he probably wouldn't have a good ending. Let's talk things over. Back then, I didn't obtain anything from that special small world. Forget it. I'm not here for this matter today. I'm here to announce the new Emperor's decree and summon you all. Chu Feng was very serious and had a completely business-like attitude. It might be fine if it was someone else, but Obviously, this race in the Forbidden Area was very dissatisfied with him and still bore a grudge. What about me? If it wasn't for you guys having bad intentions back then, would I have escaped? Chu Feng sneered and didn't spoil them at all. Now that the heavens were unified, he was the king of Chu and had the support of a group of old monsters behind him. Why would he be afraid of a forbidden area in the Yang realm? If they really had a falling out, he didn't mind starting a war. His trip this time had been too smooth, and he just lacked a battle to establish his might. How arrogant. Don't think that you can look down on the world just because you killed your way to the 2-realm battlefield. The growth of any genius needs the accumulation of time. It's still too early for you to be so ostentatious. In the Forbidden Area, a rotten cosmos-level creature couldn't help but stretch out a hand to grab Chu Feng alive. Obviously, the people of the Taishang Forbidden Area didn't want to fight. They were just dissatisfied with Chu Feng and wanted to show him who was boss. However, now that the general situation was unified, Chu Feng really had nothing to worry about. He didn't cower and immediately took out a decree to seal the Forbidden Area. With a boom, a large hand actually reached out from the resplendent decree and slapped the rotten cosmos-level creature's arm into meat paste. Then it directly pressed him into the magma of the Taishang Forbidden Area. This was definitely the result of showing mercy. Fellow Taoist, please calm your anger and stop. The most powerful old monster in this forbidden area shouted anxiously. Moreover, he made his move to block the large hand that reached out from the decree. This old monster was a quasi-immortal king-level creature and was very strong. However, as soon as they came into contact, he was slapped over by that large hand and sent flying. His whole body was covered in blood. All the creatures in the forbidden area were overwhelmed with shock and kept quiet out of fear. Even the old ancestor was heavily injured and sent flying while coughing blood. How could they still save face? They didn't even need to think about it. Chu Feng naturally wasn't afraid. He dared to come out of the forbidden area. So how could he not have a trump card? The decree sealed Jiuyi's attack method and Li Su's obsession. At the crucial moment, it was used to subdue the stubborn old monster. Bang! Sure enough, even if the people in the forbidden area gave in and everything calmed down, that old monster suddenly suffered another blow. A black hand appeared at the back of his head and slapped down. His skull was immediately split into pieces, and his soul light shook violently without end. In the end, he fainted. Without a doubt, this was Black Hand Li style. This was the best intimidation. The people of the Supreme Forbidden Area immediately became well-behaved. In the end, they welcomed Chu Feng and the others into the Forbidden Area, expressing that they were willing to submit. This Forbidden Area should have fallen from beyond the 33 layered heavens, right? What kind of origin does it have? In the depths of the Forbidden Area, tall palaces flickered with Tao patterns in the fiery light. Chu Feng and the others sat in the guest hall and asked the fire race. To be more precise, it fell from the high heavens to beyond the 33 layered heavens, and then fell into the world of the living. The quasi-immortal king-level old monster in the Forbidden Area woke up and solemnly informed them of the specific situation. Chu Feng and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Their origins were actually this great. The quasi-immortal king smiled bitterly and said, "We aren't creatures of the high heavens. We are all creatures that evolved from the falling flames of the great Tao." In reality, the source of the fiery light here was precisely the grand sky flame and the ancient flame of eternity. That kind of substance, that kind of supreme Tao flame, was rumored to only be evolved by creatures of the Tao ancestor level, or even creatures of the Tao ancestor level. That was why it could be said that the reason this forbidden area could fall from the high heavens was definitely because it involved a battle between supreme existences, resulting in an accident. And, suddenly, Chu Feng's mind trembled because when the forbidden area's past was mentioned again, he felt an abnormality again. The stone jar in his body moved slightly. Find me a quiet room. I have a Tao feeling in my body, so I need to go into seclusion for now, Chu Feng said urgently. He wasn't afraid that something unexpected would happen. He quickly set up a domain in a quiet room, and in the end, he even brought out that decree to seal this stone room, isolating it from the outside world. Then, he looked inside the stone jar and discovered the true abnormality. There was a side on the jar wall that was emitting fiery light and trembling slightly. Chu Feng recalled the abnormality on Heavenly Immortal Island and repeated those words. If life could be restarted, if there was a fork in time, sure enough, he vaguely heard a young man's voice, but this time, it was a bit indistinct. The most important thing was that he saw the boundless fiery light surging from the stone jar. They were all irregular scenes of the past, but even so, it still made one tremble. What was that? Was there a life form at the end of the road that had fallen? Chu Feng concentrated all of his spirit. He felt that his soul light was about to explode and his body was about to turn into nothingness. He saw a picture on the stone jar. There was a sword light blossoming. It simply engulfed the heavens and destroyed millions and millions of worlds as it arbitrarily determined the past, present, and future. It's that person's sword light. Chu Feng's mind trembled. He had once seen the aftermath left behind from millions and millions of years ago on the first mountain. The past has reappeared, and time forked. I want to find all of you. Everything that has been lost, everything that has passed away, I want all of you back. A young man's voice accompanied the sword light. His roar shook the years and pierced through the heavens. Wherever the sword light went, it seemed that there were supreme life forms that were pierced through. That sword light was boundlessly terrifying. It pierced through the ages and destroyed everything. The past, present, and future were all overturned until the last sword light violently shot toward a certain source in the end. It actually hit the stone jar. Vaguely, Chu Feng seemed to hear a cracking sound. In the end, when everything calmed down and Chu Feng took out the stone jar, he discovered an anomaly. There was actually a scar on the stone jar that only appeared today. It was a small pit that had almost pierced through the stone jar. It was unknown which era it was left behind. Chu Feng was shocked. What was a stone jar? It was an artifact that had existed for a long time. There had never been any power that could injure it. However, that person's sword light had actually almost pierced through it when it had swept through all directions back then and connected the heavens, and the earth. That person didn't leave his figure on the stone jar. Only his sword light and his voice lingered. But now they had also faded away. Another year had passed. The holy ground had really been empty for a long time because there were some problems with my body. I had been fighting with the red hair monster for a long time and was powerless to defy the heavens. Now that my body has more or less recovered, it's about to end. Very soon, it will end satisfactorily. A new year has arrived. I wish everyone happiness, good health, and the wishes in my heart will become reality. At the same time, I'll send everyone a clip of a perfect world animation during the new year. It's on my Weibo. Huang's Celestial Emperor has returned. You can watch it if you like. The actual broadcast is tentatively scheduled for April 23rd. Chapter 16-17. Chu Feng sat for a long time, pondering for a long time before coming out of seclusion. He was incomparably shocked. Would the people of the past reappear? When the legends disappeared, when the heavens collapsed, when everything returned to nothingness, when even the life forms at the end of the road became a thing of the past, where would he be, and where would the people around him be? Chu Feng vaguely felt that if there was a great calamity in the future, It might completely collapse the heavens and the earth, surpassing the past. Some calamities and conflicts had been accumulated and settled for too long. Once they erupted, even the heavens might collapse. At that time, who would be left? Chu Feng came out of seclusion with a heavy heart and was somewhat absent-minded. "What's wrong?" Zhou asked him in a low voice. "I'm thinking, where will we be in the future?" Chu Feng said softly. He was originally a very optimistic person, but on that stone jar, in that invincible sword light, he clearly saw that person's disappointment. It was an echo and regret that stirred up the ages. Chu Feng felt that if there was a great change in the future, even if he could survive, would he be like the predecessors, like the life forms at the end of the road, with some sorrow? "Time doesn't wait for me." Chu Feng sighed. He always felt that there was not enough time. No matter how hard he cultivated, it would be difficult for him to stand at the peak before the end of the world. "Zhou," she said, "people have to look forward, and the road has to be walked step by step. Thinking too much will only add to the worries." "That's right. Be down to earth and don't think so much. Maybe your heart will be fuller and more brilliant." Chu Feng nodded. He saw in the distance that the six-eared macaque Tian was tossing and turning in the fire cave, further polishing his indestructible true body. Old Gu, LV Bohu, Yellow Cattle, and the others were in the supreme Forbidden Landsly Fire Medicine Garden, picking great medicines and tasting the strange fruits with astonishing energy auras. The Forbidden Land was very hospitable to them, worried that they would attract some disaster. The present was different from the past. Now, the heavens were unified, and no one could stop it. If they really resisted like a mantis, try to stop a chariot, they were destined to be crushed into powder. Even though they were famous for being dangerous places in the past, these restricted areas still had to know their place. They would either be destroyed or submit to the general trend. "Senior, I'd like to borrow the revered 8 trigrams furnace again," Chu Feng said. Back then, he had refined his golden body in that special cave. This time, he only wanted to reforge the weapon. "Sure, no problem." The half-immortal king agreed on the spot, even asking if Chu Feng wanted to help. This clan's attitude was completely different from before. "I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need." Chu Feng entered the 8 trigrams furnace again. He took out the diamond chakram. This was his Dao tool. Back then, he had fused many different types of gold into it. Now, he was preparing to add some more materials. The main material was the 9-colored heavenly blade that he had obtained from the Soul River. This blade was extremely unordinary. Even though it was destroyed, unmatched Dao patterns erased, its spirituality and material were still heaven-defying, because it was mixed with 9 types of natural source metals. Boom! Flames rushed into the heavens, and the revered forbidden area was instantly filled with flames. When the 8 trigrams furnace was opened, the entire restricted area was covered in dense fire Dao runes. Unfortunately, the flames of grand sky and the flames of ancient eternity have been absorbed by me and the stone jar. It's a bit difficult to refine a weapon now. His diamond chakram had already gained sentience and was known as a treasure of the 33 heavens. Ordinary Dao flames could no longer burn or refine it. "Got it. I can give it a try." Chu Feng's body was covered in dense Dao patterns. Then, the door in his body opened, and the outside of his body became even more brilliant, blooming with a 7-colored wheel of light. He used the wonderful 7 treasures technique. One of the colors was especially resplendent, and it was the light pattern formed by the ancestral matter source of the Fire Dao. In the past, he had refined the diamond chakram and the wonderful 7 treasures technique to absorb the legendary Dao flames. Now, he used the technique to release the Dao flames. However, the flames of grand sky and the flames of ancient eternity had been refined in the end. They had become the patterns of the technique and invisible rules. It was very difficult to reverse. It should be possible. It was difficult, but it didn't mean that he couldn't put it into action. Moreover, when Chu Feng used the Fire Dao matter of the wonderful 7 treasures technique, the effect was also very strong. In the end, the wheel of light outside of his body became extremely dazzling. It actually began to draw on the fire Tao runes of the entire Forbidden Land. It actually had this kind of effect. Even he himself was shocked. The wonderful Seven Treasures technique contained the origin patterns of the flames of grand sky and the flames of ancient eternity. Now, it was actually refining and swallowing all of the flames, reshaping and giving birth to supreme flames. Although it was only a trace and a wisp, it was still very astonishing and very heaven-defying. The flames of grand sky and the flames of ancient eternity reappeared. The 33-layered heavens diamond chakram and a 9-colored heavenly blade were melted and reforged into a primal chaos source gold chakram. There was no need for anyone to judge it. Just by looking at its aura, one could tell that this was an immeasurable treasure. It blended with the world, resonated with the great Tao, and possessed infinite growth potential. At this point, Chu Feng had his own weapon origin fetus. It could also be considered a Tao inheritance item. When he walked out of the 8 trigrams furnace, he was a little surprised. This was because the entire supreme Forbidden Land was no longer scorching hot. In fact, it even felt a little cool. Old Gu, Zhou Shi, Yellow Cattle, Monkey Mi Tian, and the others were all dumbfounded and bewildered. As for the race in the Forbidden Land, from the youth to the quasi-immortal king, their faces all turned green as they stared at him. "Little friend, what did you do?" A rotten grand cosmos level being asked with a trembling voice. "I only refined a weapon," Chu Feng replied. The race in the Forbidden Ground felt like crying. "You only refine a weapon? Why did the flames in the entire Forbidden Land go out?" According to their calculations, if the flames in the Forbidden Land were to fully recover, it would take at least 100 years. It could be imagined what kind of terrifying event had just occurred. Chu Feng had used the Fire Tao Ancestors matter as a primer to stimulate the flames of grand sky and the flames of ancient eternity, draining this Forbidden Land dry. Chu Feng had originally wanted to enter the small world where the great Empress's traces had been left behind to investigate. It was suspected to be connected to a certain area in high heavens. But now, he had no choice but to leave in a hurry and decisively flee. The Yang realm had recently been full of vigor and vitality. There were traces of evolvers' activities everywhere. This was because the heavens had been unified and the capital was set in the Yang realm. Various powerhouses had come to have an audience to discuss important matters. The rise of a new emperor was respected by all worlds. Although the establishment of an emperor dynasty was a little rushed, there were still some rules and regulations. At the very least, there had to be a capital. In the end, the summer province was chosen in the Yang realm, which was not far from the first mountain. In general, the new Emperor Guqing was also worried that all kinds of unpredictable and terrifying events would occur. He felt that it was better to be near the first mountain. He always thought that Zhou Daoi still had some trump cards in his hands. After all, Zhou Daoi had followed that person and was once his bodyguard. In the final territory of this system, no matter what, he still had some cards to play. Guqing believed that even if the beings from the source of the strangeness came, they might have some misgivings. The speed at which evolvers built cities was simply too fast. In just a few days, palaces after palaces rose from the ground, and sky palaces floated in the air one after another. There were also islands and spiritual mountains with astonishing spiritual energy transported from the outer realms. They were arranged in the surroundings and suspended in the sky. In a few days, a grand city was built. There were buildings in the sky, in the air, and on the ground. In the clouds, the central palace was majestic, and there were countless divine islands. Waterfalls and springs poured down like a river of stars, all the way to the ground. Chu Feng had returned after completing his mission. When he saw the grand city, he was quite shocked. It had only been a few days, but such a huge project had already been completed. "King Chu, your residence is over there," someone greeted him enthusiastically after seeing him. In reality, this area had long since been set up to be impregnable. All kinds of large-scale domains were faintly discernible, and the entire world was filled with Tao patterns. It could be said that a rash attack would inevitably lead to a terrifying counterattack. Even an immortal king would not dare to force his way here. It was like an inescapable net. At this time, Zhou Daoi was advising Gu Qing not to think about the name of the celestial court. Gu Qing said, "I feel that only by establishing the celestial court will it be justifiable. It will be able to better receive the vast will and peerless Tao fate of all realms. This is not for myself, but for everyone in the imperial dynasty. With the Tao fate, everything will go smoothly, and it will be easier to resist the strange and ominous." What he said made sense, and many other immortal kings also agreed. Even Zhou Daoi hesitated for a while. In the end, he said, "How many years has it been? The name Celestial Court seems to have been cursed. Ordinary people and the imperial dynasty can't bear it. Too many tragic events have happened in the past. I feel that you might not be able to suppress it, so it's better not to use this name." Gu Qing said, "If something goes wrong, I will immediately remove this name. But in the beginning, I feel that the imperial dynasty needs such a name. It needs to gather the will of all realms and the immeasurable Tao fate. I have the great Tao patterns of the Emperor's weapon on me, so I should be able to suppress it." He had the light of 3 weapons on him, and they could indeed help him at the crucial moment. "All right, be careful." Zhou Daoi was extremely serious, and his heart was a little heavy. At this time, the immortal kings and old patriarchs of the various races had gathered in the celestial court. It could be said that there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. In recent days, countless heroes and evolvers from all walks of life had come to join the celestial court. Fallen immortal kings, carrying corpses for tribulation sparrows, experts from the Great Een realm, and many others had come one after another. The immortal kings behind Tai Yi, Nan Ta, and the others had also shown up. The martial madman was also present with his master, which annoyed the dog emperor greatly, because the martial madman was also throwing caution to the wind, asking for his master's Tao bone. "Didn't I return it to you during the battle at the Soul River?" The dog emperor glared. "You still lack the most important, the toughest, and the most imperishable Tao bone." The martial madman emphasized. That bone was very important. In the end, even the other big shots of Zhou Daoi were alarmed, and even Gu Qing appeared. Only then did the dog reluctantly take out a leg bone and throw it to the martial madman's master. "How stingy! You only left one for picking your teeth." The dog emperor was indignant. Everyone was speechless. This dog was too powerful, as expected of a divine beast that had followed a real celestial emperor, using the strongest Tao bone of an immortal king as a toothpick. Chu Feng returned, and he was surrounded by people as they flew toward his mansion. It was on a floating island, not far from the central heavenly palace. On the island, there were many holy trees, jade grass, and divine flowers in full bloom. Jade palaces were everywhere. Celestial mist rose, and rosy clouds lingered. "This place is not bad," Old Gu commented. Even Zhou, she felt that this mansion was beautiful and the scenery was pleasant. "Huh." Chu Feng was shocked. He saw a familiar figure who had been waiting in the mansion for a long time. The sage master. He was sure that he was not mistaken, and he quickly rushed forward. It was an old friend from the Little Een realm, the former guardian of Earth, the sage master, Yichun. Many years had passed, and he had become a heavenly master of the field. His dying body had completely recovered, and even his cultivation had reached the level of a celestial venerable. Chu Feng was not surprised. The sage master was an ancient person with a deep foundation. He couldn't break through in the Little Een realm because of the suppression of the rules of the Great Path. When he arrived in the Yang realm, the ceiling directly disappeared, and he could evolve normally. "Child, it's me." The sage master walked over. He was also very excited. After the earth-shattering battle broke out in the two-realm battlefield, Chu Feng's name shook the world, and his name spread everywhere. All his old friends knew how he was now and where he was. Therefore, the sage master came to find him immediately. And us. In the mansion, 12 holy little beasts ran out, all of them extremely lively, crying out. Chu Feng felt that they were familiar, and he suddenly remembered that these were the 12 little beasts he had subdued in the Little Een realm. He had seen them enter the Yang realm. Today, they had actually come to find him. I didn't expect a youth from the Little Een realm to grow to this stage. I also want to join you. A man dressed in blue walked over. Red spider lilies? Chu Feng's emotions fluctuated. He recognized this person immediately. Back then, when the earth underwent a change, the first abnormal event he saw was an endless stretch of red spider lilies. They were blue like a dream, and they grew all over the desert. In the end, the red spider lilies killed their way into the Yang realm, and then there was no news of them. Chu Feng, you're back. Come, come, come. In midair, a golden path appeared and directly led Chu Feng away. He didn't have time to chat with his old friend. What's the matter? Chu Feng asked. It was actually an immortal king from the fallen Immortal King clan who invited him. This old man sees that your appearance is extraordinary. You're full of righteousness and unyielding character. You're not bad. I want to find a son-in-law for my descendants. What do you think? The old Immortal King was quite unrealistic. He actually praised Chu Feng like this. At the very least, after the Dog Emperor heard this from afar, he pricked up his ears and grinned. This brat is called Demon Chu, and he was even called a human trafficker before. I say, fallen Immortal Clan's brat, don't you feel guilty when you speak? The fallen Immortal King clan's old man's expression immediately darkened. Moo! A bull's roar rang out, and the world instantly darkened. A colossus descended from the sky, towering between heaven and earth. It was even taller than a mountain, and its entire body was covered in bucket-thick bull hair. Its giant horns were like pillars supporting the sky, and its eyes were like blood moons illuminating the sky. Not bad. You're like a demon king. This king likes you. I'm willing to marry the Raging Bull Clan's #1 beauty to you. Brat, what do you think? The Raging Bull King also came. Chu Feng immediately felt a headache. He turned to look at his old friends. After the Black Yak saw this, he responded, That's right, my clan's #1 beauty is peerless in her generation, a beauty capable of causing the downfall of a city. Huh, the Raging Bull King laughed. Then, he led a woman over. She was about 3 meters tall, had a round waist, and thick horns protruded from her thick hair. Chu Feng was immediately dumbfounded. This was the Raging Bull Clan's #1 beauty? From the perspective of the Black Yak and the others, it seemed it wasn't wrong. She was the clan's #1 beauty. Hee. I feel that my 6-eared macaque clan is more fated with little friend. After all, you have a good relationship with my clan's junior, Mi Tian. Why don't this old master make the decision and choose a suitable Dao companion for you? Chu Feng thought that Mi Tian's younger sister, Mi Qing, who was a young and lively beauty born in human form, would become his Dao companion, and he was still thinking about what to say. In the end, the void in the distance exploded as a divine ape riding on a somersault cloud rushed over with a loud bang. Chu Feng was petrified on the spot, unable to say anything. After seeing this scene, Mi Tian was flustered and exasperated. He stomped his feet and sighed. How can this be? That is the divine ape that I like and have a crush on. Cough. Someone coughed, and another celestial king appeared, saying, I think my human race is more suitable for Chu Feng. After hearing this, Chu Feng felt like crying, and he really wanted to shout, Take me away. Well, my clan's proud daughter is also not bad. She can transform into human form long ago, but she is still a little used to it. Another celestial king arrived with bird wings on his back. What kind of race is this? Chu Feng felt a headache coming on. This old master is here. Really, I just want to find a great-great-grandson-in-law. Why are you fighting with me? Seeing this situation, Chu Feng's scalp went numb, and he finally roared, I want to see the Heavenly Emperor. I have something important to discuss. He ran away, using the new emperor as a shield. What's the matter? In the central heavenly palace, Gu Qing's voice came, and a divine rainbow path appeared, guiding Chu Feng over. In the small underworld, in my hometown, There is an unfathomable evil, an unpredictable hand behind the scenes. I think we must figure it out, otherwise there will be a big disaster, Chu Feng said directly. Then, he regretted it a little. Deducing the reincarnation of the small underworld and Earth, constantly repeating similar environments, the hand behind the scenes was unpredictable, and even Nine Dowie was afraid of it and didn't want to provoke it for the time being. Now, he was anxious and said this matter in advance. If a new emperor went to investigate, would there be an extremely terrifying emperor collapse? One must know that Gu Qing has just risen and become the emperor of the heavenly court. Someone asked me backstage why I didn't post the cartoon of the perfect world on my official account. Well, I forgot about it yesterday, and now I've made up for it. It's very good. Those who want to see Heavenly Emperor Huang and Little Stone's cartoon can go to my WeChat official account to see it, and then you can make suggestions there. Chapter 16-18. Chu Feng had a guilty conscience. If something went wrong and a catastrophic consequence like the collapse of the emperor happened, he would be considered a sinner. He felt that Gu Qing was a child who had suffered a lot. No, old monster coup. Gu Qing was an emperor's son, but his father died early. Then, he struggled for so many years before finally rising and ascending the throne. Well, I was too excited and spoke nonsense. Please don't take it seriously, celestial ruler. Chu Feng resolutely changed his words. He was really afraid that Gu Qing would meet with misfortune, and he could not bear to do so. Are you worried? Are you afraid? It doesn't matter. If there's anything you're hiding, just say it. After Gu Qing ascended the throne, he was indeed blessed with the fortune of the great path. He was powerful without being angry. Now, there was an unfathomable power shrouding him, and a majestic pressure was attached to his body. The entire central heavenly palace was trembling and rumbling. Even the summer state began to resonate, and the ripples of the great path expanded, affecting the operation of the rules of the great world. Where it rained, thunder and lightning interweaved and became even more intense. Where it snowed, the sky was covered in snow. The entire land was a vast expanse of white, about to collapse. Where it was sunny, the sun became more and more dazzling. It was like a shocking fire burning, roasting the sky. Your Majesty, every movement of yours will cause a phenomenon of heaven and earth to appear in the world. You must restrain yourself. An old man reminded him. He was a top celestial king who had lived for 2 epochs. Gu Qing nodded, but he still looked at Chu Feng, asking him to explain the situation. After ascending the throne, he was most concerned about this kind of unpredictable crisis. A group of celestial kings entered the central heavenly palace and stared at Chu Feng. This kind of enormous pressure was not something an ordinary evolver could withstand. It was normal for them to explode on the spot and turn into a mist of blood. Fortunately, Chu Feng had the 9 Dowie's decrees to protect him, and he also had the support of the stone jar, so he was not affected. The Dog Emperor, the Carrion, Li Su, and the others also came, looking puzzled. This was because they had all heard what Chu Feng had said before. They did not think that he was speaking nonsense for no reason. What was the secret? Only the 9 Dowie knew. Chu Feng had told him about this back then. Speak. The kings are all here. There is no need to feel any misgivings. Gu Qing spoke. After all, the emperor's throne had just risen. Although Chu Feng regretted it, he still had to respect the new emperor. He told him about the strange things on Earth in the lesser underworld. What? That planet has been repeating similar old events and reincarnating similar ancient history every once in a while, playing out the living environment of the celestial sovereign in the past. That place is actually Yi Tianyi's hometown. Some immortal kings were shocked, feeling their bodies trembling. It was because some people truly knew where the Sky Emperor's homeland was. That's not all. In the past, that person was also born in today's little underworld. However, in that era, it was still the Great Wasteland. Later on, the continent shattered, and only then did he evolve into a celestial body. The rotten corpse added. He knew a little about this ancient secret. As for 9 Dowie, he didn't say anything, because all of this was the truth. So, there are a lot of strange things in the lesser netherworld. That special planet is constantly evolving and reincarnating. This made sense. An old place had once produced two peerless masters, attracting the attention and interest of inexplicable existences. So, the Dark Hand was reshaping, artificially interfering with the environment of Earth, making it constantly cycle and reproduce, wanting to see if it could still give birth to extraordinary creatures. Gu Qing was silent for a while. After hearing the truth, he had no choice but to be cautious and seriously consider this matter. "What do you think?" he asked the various immortal kings in the central heavenly palace. "We have to go and take a look. This is, after all, a factor that makes people uneasy. If there is a great calamity in the future, and if a disaster erupts in the lesser netherworld, it will be one disaster after another. It's better to solve it as soon as possible." An immortal king who was relatively young spoke up with great vigor. "That makes sense." Some immortal kings nodded. "It's not appropriate. So many years have passed, and it has been very stable. Nothing has happened. I think it's better if we don't take the initiative to open the unknown seal. If we provoke a terrible disaster, and we can't stop it, the consequences will be unpredictable." There were also people who objected. Some of the old immortal kings thought stability was the most important factor, and they didn't want to take the initiative to cause any changes. "Seniors, what do you think?" Gu Qing looked at the Dog Emperor and Jiu Dao Yi. In the end, these two were the key figures because the peerless masters they followed all came from that place. No immortal king present understood it better than them, and they care more about it. The Dog Emperor's big dog face was gloomy, and he said, "Of course we have to go and find out. What is there to hesitate about? Let me see which bastard in the past dared to raise venomous insects in the celestial sovereign's hometown." He was a little indignant, feeling that this was a great disrespect to the celestial sovereign. Jiu Dao, he pondered, and he said, "We don't cause trouble, but we aren't afraid of it either. In the end, we can't deceive ourselves. Since we already know, and the celestial court has just formed, we naturally can't pretend that nothing has happened." They all felt that, rather than the possibility of it exploding in the future, it was better to investigate early. Of course, this time, they couldn't just charge in recklessly. Because of this, the celestial court was actually facing a great enemy, and all the immortal kings were ready to go. In addition, all the legendary ancestral artifacts in all the realms had to be found, and they had to be brought along. It had to be said that the celestial court attached great importance to this. Even if there weren't any great enemies there, they couldn't underestimate the preparation phase, and they had to be prepared for the worst. "Seniors, if you have any trump cards, don't forget to bring them along," the new Emperor Gu Qing said to Jiu Dao Yi, the Dog Emperor, and the rotten corpse in private. In the end, this was the first time he took action after ascending to the throne, and he had to muster a large force. Failure was not allowed. "This time, do I have to carry the Emperor's corpse on my back?" The Dog Emperor's voice was low. The man's corpse on a monarch's bell had already been placed into Yi Tiandi's bronze coffin. Among the three celestial sovereigns, only the female empress seemed to be unharmed, but she had already suppressed the officiant into an unnamed place, and it was difficult for him to return. As for the other two, one's corpse was still there, but where was his soul? As for Yi Tiandi, he had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he was, and no one knew where he had fought. The Dog Emperor was sad, and it was rare for him to be so gloomy. He wanted to go to the Lesser Een immediately and go to the Celestial Sovereign's hometown to take a look. "Bring the monarch's coffin," the rotten corpse said. Everywhere in the heavens was on the move, looking for some legendary supreme weapons. Soon, some broken pieces of the bell were sent from everywhere, and the monarch's bell, the weapon of the emperor's corpse, was gradually repaired and only a little broken. During the war, the monarch's bell had broken, and its fragments had been shot to all the realms. Now, all the races had returned. Jiu Dao, he was also making preparations. Since he had decided to go to the Lesser Een to take a look, he naturally had to be on guard against all kinds of variables. In the past few days, apart from cleaning the spoils of war left behind by that person, the rusty spear, he was also building an altar, as if he wanted to summon something. This matter alarmed all the celestial kings, and even Gu Qing was shocked. Could it be that the old man wanted to try to contact that person? Jiao Dao glared and said, "What are you thinking? If I could contact him, how many epochs would I have to wait? If he was still here, how could he allow the strange and ominous to appear? Wipe them all out. Then what are you doing?" The Dog Emperor couldn't help but ask. Jiao Dao personally built a grand altar, and the huge stones had an ancient feel to them. Clearly, they were something that he had kept for a long time. Now, he was just reconstructing the altar that had once existed. Sigh, aren't he going to war soon? That place is too unusual, after all. I can't help but want to see what kind of god is doing it. To be safe, I want to summon my soul, my blood, and my bones, and have them come back. I want to go with my strongest body. When they heard the old man's words, everyone was stunned. This old man was really terrifying. He could still be stronger. Chu Feng felt a sense of guilt. He felt that he really shouldn't have told everyone about this too early. If something went wrong, he felt that he would feel uneasy and guilty for a long time. Even Jiao Dao, he was preparing with a heavy heart, as if he was going to fight to the death. It was clear how serious the situation was. The man flies in front, and the soul chases behind. This old man will sit at home and wait for your return. Come back, my soul, blood, and bones. Jiao Dao, he muttered. Then he climbed up the altar and personally performed the ritual. He summoned with his mouth, and even used a secret technique to secretly cast a spell to activate the altar. This kind of ritual was very ancient and very strange. At first, nothing happened. It was calm, and nothing happened. Until 2 hours later, he was still persisting in the summoning. In the end, the world really changed. Woo-woo. Gusts of chilly wind blew from an unknown place beyond the heavens, accompanied by many blurry shadows, as if countless malicious spirits were about to appear and gather. Even the celestial kings felt waves of pressure, as if a peerless great evil was about to be born. At the same time, the sky was dark red, and in a certain area bordering the heavens, drops of blood actually seeped down. This time, people were even more shocked. This was all caused by Jiao Dao. How could this be? Even Jiao Dao himself was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but curse. What's going on? For so many years, I've summoned you 100,000 times, but there has never been a response. Today, you guys are actually going to return. Chapter 1619. Blood dripped down from the depths of the heavens. One drop of blood can drown the universe. 3,000 drops of true blood can open up 3,000 great worlds. The immortal emperor has revived and returned to his homeland. A grand and aged voice came from the outer realms. It reverberated between the heavens with a great majesty. At this time, not to mention ordinary evolvers, even the immortal kings were trembling. Just what level of being had returned? Even Jiao Dao himself was dumbfounded. Even he did not know where his soul and body had gone after leaving the old land. Now that he had returned, the momentum was simply incalculable. Immortal Emperor, a being at the end of the road. This is truly heaven-defying. A supreme being has descended? There was no one who was not shocked. They felt the boundless pressure, even though the other party had already restrained himself. His blood energy returned to his body and no longer pervaded the air. However, the kind of vague power and that kind of hidden supreme fluctuation still made people's hearts tremble. They could not help but want to prostrate themselves in worship. Sigh at the common people, sorrow, pity the suffering of all living beings. The aged voice carried an emotion that made people's hearts tremble. It gave people an indescribable sense of sorrow. Then, boundless light interweaved and constructed a majestic building. It descended and appeared in the world of the living, arriving in the sky above the summer province. Light patterns fluctuated and Tao laws interweaved. The magnificent building that appeared in the sky was even larger than the central heavenly palace where the new emperor and the kings were. It was more like a heavenly palace. Greetings, immortal emperor. Some people could not help but directly pay their respects. One could vaguely see a figure sitting high up in the huge, heavenly palace of interweaving light patterns. He was incomparably majestic as he looked down. Gulp! Jiudaoyi could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. What kind of situation was this? He was only summoning his own soul bone and flesh. Why did an immortal emperor return? Could it be that the part of himself that had split off had evolved into a being at the end of the road? Or perhaps this was not him at all, but an unknown being that had been summoned? This world is too bitter. The strange no longer hibernated and emerged from the unfathomable cave. Ominous clouds shrouded the world. I heard the cries of resentment in the history books of the world. I saw the sorrow of all living beings. I woke up from the river of time and listened to the world's call. I have returned. The old man, sitting in the palace of light patterns, sighed. His figure was hazy. He bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. He wanted to fight for all living beings. Greetings, Lord Immortal Emperor. At this moment, even many old monsters knelt down. Their souls were trembling as they continuously kowtowed. Why aren't you kneeling? Why are you looking at me like that? In the palace formed by interweaving light patterns, the old man looked down at Nine Dowie. Kneel your lungs. You're rebelling. I'm you and you're me. Now you want to trick me into kneeling? I'll take care of you. Zhu Daoyi's roar woke many people up. Did someone want to kill an immortal emperor? Many people were extremely nervous. Old Skin rushed up and pounced into the palace. At the same time, chilly winds howled angrily in the surroundings. All kinds of soul lights entered the palace and returned there. Then everyone saw blood, bones, souls, and skin fight chaotically. All types of roars and howls mixed together, fighting together. In the end, they fused into one person. Even so, it was as if his hands and feet weren't under his control. From time to time, he would give himself a blow. For example, he would give himself a slap on the face or a punch to the soul light in his skull. What a ruthless person. When he goes crazy, he'll even hit himself. The Dog Emperor commented from afar. Those who understood the inside story knew that after Nine Dowie successfully summoned back his soul, flesh, and bones, they actually didn't get along well with each other and started fighting among themselves. The most useless human skin. You haven't improved after so many years, and you still want to fight with me for dominance? I'm not only human skin, but I also retain the imprint of the origin soul light. Otherwise, how will you all return? Listen to my summons. I'm the one in charge. If the skin has no soul and doesn't have the most noble spiritual core, how will it protect the First Mountain's orthodoxy? What primary soul imprint? You're just dead skin that I shed. How dare you overturn the heavens? Everyone was speechless. After this old Skin summoned back his soul, flesh, and bones, he actually started fighting with each other. Such a big problem actually occurred. Rumble. Heavenly thunder shook the world, and chaotic lightning interweaved. He was striking himself. Pow! Then he slapped himself on the head. It was quite strange. Are you crazy? Hitting me is hitting yourself. I'm you. Shut up. I'm the one in charge. I'll hit whoever I want. 3 or 4 voices actually came out from Nine Dowie's body. No one knew how he divided himself back then to actually fight with each other. In the distance, the rotten corpse looked at him again and again with a gloomy expression. Then he actually picked up the fair and plump little Taoist and gave him a good beating without saying a word. Mother of Asterisk-Cur, what did I do to provoke you? Why are you hitting me? The little Taoist was a bit stupefied. Why? Why was he being beaten? The rotten corpse was simple and violent, as he said. Rather than having problems like the old Skin in the future and having a fierce battle between souls, this poor Taoist might as well take advantage of this opportunity to beat you into submission first. In the future, I'll beat you up every day so that you won't have to fight with me in the future. After the little Taoist heard this, he choked with anger and had the urge to cry. What kind of damned logic was this? Why did he have to suffer this kind of torture? He tore open his throat and shouted, "Father, save me! Old Father Chu Feng, quickly come and save your son." This kind of call made many people cast sidelong glances and become dumbstruck. The rotten corpse's face turned green. How could he endure this? This little fatso actually shouted like this in front of everyone. Where would he put his old face? Chu Feng was also speechless. He was a youth now, so how did he become an old father? His child had really grown up. Old father, what are you daydreaming about? How can you still have the time to be absent-minded? The little Taoist was anxious. The rotten corpse immediately covered his mouth because he really couldn't take it anymore. Shut up. You are me, and I am you. You and I are existences that are friends with the supreme beings. Our origins are terrifying. What kind of decorum have you become now? Woo! Oh, let go of me. Why are you hitting me? Even if I become a life form at the end of the road, I'm still a son, right? The little Taoist struggled. Fellow Taoist, senior, please be magnanimous and don't hit my son, said Chu Feng. Even though he was very courteous and had the courtesy to a worthy predecessor, these words were still too inauspicious in the rotten corpse's ears. It made him want to go berserk. The surrounding people also had strange expressions, but none of them dared to jeer or open their mouths. Only the Dog Emperor dared to taunt and laugh loudly. He rejoiced in other people's misfortune and said happily, "That's right, damned fatso. Stinky Taoist, it's really not easy for you to find your family after being alone for so long. Take it easy and don't be rough with your own family." The two old monsters that were quarreling with themselves at the scene caused the atmosphere to be rather strange. It made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, the return of Nine Daoi's soul, bone, and flesh was very sacred, and the scene was also very grand and mysterious. But now it completely lacked that kind of grandeur. In addition, with the addition of the rotten corpse and the little Taoist, it was a bit dirty to the eyes. Finally, when everything calmed down, Nine Dao was in an indescribable state. His aura was extremely terrifying. He stood there for a long time in silence and didn't say anything. The soul and bone returned and fused together like this. Not only did they share power with each other, but they also shared different life experiences since time immemorial. He was already very restrained, but all the immortal kings could still feel that he was truly extremely powerful. He was definitely a life form at the Taoist ancestor level. Even though it was Chu Feng who had encountered indescribable and terrifying situations more than once, he still couldn't help but feel apprehensive now. One day, would Nine Dao advance one step further? When he reached the peak, he could see the state of the life forms at the end of the road. It could even be said that he might be the most powerful Taoist standing at the top of the pyramid. However, this was most likely very difficult. Chu Feng had once gazed at the woman at the end of the pollen evolution path. In front of her, there were the 5 elders who had previously opened up the pollen path. They were all unimaginable life forms. In reality, if it wasn't for the fact that the first 5 elders who opened up the path lacked a bit of maturity and luck, they would have the qualifications to become life forms at the end of the road. We will set out in 3 days and head for that homeland. Nine Dao finally spoke with a solemn expression. There was an imperceptibly terrifying and dignified aura. Even though the new Emperor Guqing was very powerful, he still felt a great pressure. Many people sighed with emotion. Guqing had become an emperor in this era and encountered a powerful Taoist coexisting with him. He was truly a bitter emperor. Guqing himself was also lost in thought. He couldn't help but think of a certain era where there was a golden crow race expert who achieved Tao in the end of days. He was truly extraordinary. That old golden crow called himself a great emperor and suppressed the world. But in the end, he caught up with Heavenly Emperor Yezrais. It wasn't a big deal at first, but that Heavenly Emperor Yi was too powerful and suppressed him in all aspects. This made the old golden crow sullen his entire life. He lived very miserably and was incomparably cautious. Only when the old golden crow was about to pass away did he dare to shout in a manly manner before dying, "Fuck you, Heavenly Emperor, I finally won't have to see you again." After venting like this, The old golden crow wore a smile on his face. He was incomparably satisfied, gratified, and relieved as he left. Guqing was a bit doubtful. Would meeting 9 Dowie in this life become his inner demon? Would the old man's skin suppress him in the following years? Clearly, he was thinking too much. What 9 Dowie wanted to suppress was the soul, bone, and flesh. He didn't think of him at all. 3 days later, the Heavenly Court's various divisions were mobilized. The first great assembly and expedition began. Not a single immortal king was left behind. They were all going on their way because 9 Dowie took out a picture scroll at the last moment. It was known as the Heaven Burial Diagram. He didn't know its origin or its power. This thing was brought back from the outer realm with his soul bone. It needed a Tao ancestor-level creature and many immortal kings to activate it together in order to unleash its greatest power. Seniors, don't you want to reconsider? The waters of our destination are too deep. We can't imagine how strong the mastermind behind the scenes is. There has never been any clue as to who it is. Chu Feng made one last effort to try to persuade everyone not to go. However, this was in vain. Everything had already been decided and could not be changed. Rumble. A huge beam of light pierced through the barrier of the world and opened up the chaotic zone between the Yang realm and the Lesser Yin realm, opening up a special path. There was no doubt that nothing could stop an immortal king from opening a path. There was no longer a barrier between the worlds. At that moment, everyone felt a special Taoist rhyme. Even the immortal kings felt their hair stand on end. They felt their hands and feet go cold. This Lesser Yin realm seemed to be nurturing a great terror. No wonder even the old monsters are not willing to set foot here. There is indeed a mysterious law here that suppresses the entire universe. An immortal king said with a serious expression, the more powerful the living being, the more serious their expression was. They always felt that there was something extremely terrifying in this world. In the instant that these people opened up a path to the Lesser Yin realm, some creatures in the eternal unknown lands were alarmed and gradually awakened. Who is disturbing my dream? Who is raising the time of history? Who is subverting the vision of the future? Who is searching for my roots, awakening in the long river of time, awakening in the outer world? A resplendent, mysterious flower bud was born in the long river of time with mist. It quickly bloomed and grew in the time of history. It enveloped a certain creature and gradually awakened. Chapter 16:20. The faint murmurs were like the murmurs of a demon or the murmurs of a chaotic true spirit. They drifted out from the river of time and echoed in an unknown place. Unfortunately, neither the new Emperor Guqing nor the powerful 9 Dowie heard them. Not to mention the other celestial kings, they couldn't sense anything at all. Only Chu Feng was exceptionally nervous since he entered the Lesser Yin and was about to return to his homeland. He felt suffocated as if doomsday was approaching. Senior, Chu Feng grabbed the arm of every person he caught and tried to persuade them many times along the way. However, the effect was still not good. Even the Dog Emperor, an old monster who had lived for countless years, shook his head and said, "Brat, don't say any more. I feel like your mouth has been blessed. Every time you speak, something will happen. You sound like an old friend." Chu Feng was speechless. Even this old dog who had followed the true celestial emperor had such an attitude. What else could he say? Who do I look like? He couldn't help but ask. The great sage Hunter. This person is the most unlucky. His mouth is comparable to the biggest misfortune. I think you look like him. You better shut up. The Dog Emperor glanced at him and said. Then it said carelessly, "Actually, we can also think of the worst-case scenario. If there is an invincible being lying in ambush, then we can only say that luck is not on our side. We will all be wiped out." What was this? Chu Feng was dumbfounded and didn't know how to refute it. Forget it. I will explain it to you. That place is Yi Tianyi's homeland, and it is also the place that carries the thoughts of that person mentioned by the old man. The Lesser Yin and Earth might be the coordinates to guide them back, like lighthouses that illuminate the river of time. If there's really something hibernating there, if it goes out of line this time and kills us all, ending the last hope of all the heavens, it might alarm that person in Yi Qiandi, causing them to return. The dog emperor panted heavily, and even his chest was heaving up and down. He was quite agitated and couldn't control his emotions. Then he added, of course, the premise is that that person is still alive. Although he has transcended history, he is still here, and Yi Qiandi is not dead. Chu Feng was horrified. All of the dog emperor's speculations were just guesses. The stakes were too high. What if the matchless and invincible predecessor had met with an accident in ancient times and had truly and forever passed away, never to appear again? Just the thought of it was enough to make one's scalp go numb. The dog emperor said, "Ask Old Skin about it. He's definitely thinking the same thing. He has the determination to break through the fog and see the truth, but he also has the helplessness to force us to abdicate." Of course, there's also the possibility that the scroll he brought back from the heavens really has some kind of unparalleled power. The primal chaos parted. Innate spiritual essence surged. Starlight flickered in the distance. The path ahead was smooth and unobstructed. What's that? Between the lesser Yin realm and the Yang realm, there was a dilapidated universe surrounded by primal chaos. Many things had happened there in the past. The new emperor immediately sensed the abnormality and personally made a move, grabbing towards a certain area. He tore open the void and brushed away the primal chaos, revealing a vanished city. It was a wooden city. That place was rather terrifying and strange. The entire heaven and earth seemed to have been fractured by some kind of sharp weapon, and the fracture was incomparably smooth. Chu Feng's heart shook. What had happened in that place back then had left an indelible impression on him. Gu Qing couldn't help but stretch out his palm to grab forward, wanting to understand the secrets within. Even though it had once disappeared and was close to nothingness, that place was still strange. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and there was a faint sword light streaking across millions and millions of kilometers away. Ah! The new emperor, Gu Qing, cried out. He simply couldn't believe it. His hand had been minced, turned into a bloody mist, and turned into ashes. He had no choice but to quickly retreat. Even so, he still felt his soul light tremble, and his heart trembled. What level of an evolver was he? After attaining the Celestial Emperor's position, he was already a Tao ancestor level being. But now he was actually injured so easily. The surrounding people were even more shocked, and the expressions of all the celestial kings changed. Even a new emperor had his hands cut off. This place was truly a little unimaginable. It was too terrifying. One had to know that they had just entered this universe, and such an inauspicious thing had already happened. What would happen next? What was going to happen? A haze appeared in everyone's hearts. Was a Tao ancestor level being going to appear? The hearts of all the kings were beating like drums. Chu Feng's heart fluctuated violently. He was finally convinced that it was someone who had left these traces here. In the past, there had once been a sword light here in the wooden city that swept through the heavens and earth, severing the past, present, and future. In the past, Chu Feng had once carefully observed the wooden city. The aftermath of that sword light seemed to come from the depths of ancient history. Even if it was an old shadow, it was still enough to shock the world. After entering the Yang realm, he was even more suspicious, believing that it was of the same origin as that sword light from the first mountain. Now, seeing the wooden city again, he was naturally even more convinced. It's actually that person. Did he leave behind the battle traces? As expected, Nine Dowie was excited. His soul light flourished, and he suddenly stood at the forefront. Was it caused by the aftermath of that person's sword light from several years ago? The rotten corpse also spoke with endless questions. Senior, be careful. Back then, Chu Feng went forward and hurriedly explained the situation. Gu Qing was speechless. He really wanted to scold him. Why didn't you say so earlier? Fortunately, the wooden city was hazy, and what was left were only remnants. It was a flash of sword light in the past, and not a true sword light that had slashed over. After being nourished by blood energy several times, Gu Qing's hand gradually recovered, and there were no hidden injuries left. You said that there was a letter that flew out from the broken world of the wooden city. Whether it was the Dog Emperor, the rotten corpse, the new emperor, or the kings, all of them were moved. Chu Feng seriously told them what happened back then, and this attracted everyone's attention. Back then, that letter crossed the void. Although Chu Feng tried his best to observe it and used the stone jar to carry it, after so many years, the scene he saw in the past became more and more blurry and gradually faded. He suspected that in a few years, everything he remembered back then might disappear from his mind forever. So he explained in great detail to the new emperor and the various immortal kings. Back then, he also saw people fighting over the letter in the past, and one of them had a large clay hand. Ever since he went to the world of the living, he had always suspected that the clay hand was the one who sat cross-legged on the path of reincarnation. Patriarch Meng. Everyone became incomparably serious. They had just entered this cosmos, and they already learned of terrifying secrets. Celestial Emperor's hometown was full of mysteries and oddities. In recent times, I have also been to the Little Een realm, but I didn't sense it here. It seems that it only appeared recently. Nine Dowie said. Then, he joined hands with the new Emperor Gu Qing to break the shackles of the River of Time and stop the lightning's attack. They wanted to avoid the sword light and shadow of the past, enter the wooden city, and read the letter. Of course, the real letter naturally didn't exist anymore. It was separated from them by history, and they could only use the Tao ancestors' peerless skills to figure out the truth of the past. Everyone retreated. Nine Dowie and Gu Qing's expressions were solemn as they began to operate their techniques. The area immediately became blurry, and chaotic heavenly winds blew. Blood-colored lightning interweaved, and endless fragments of time poured down like a torrential rain. The two tried to get close to the wooden city, walking into the prehistoric light and shadow to read the letter. However, with two popping sounds, both of them retreated with pale faces. They watched helplessly as the letter in the river of time burned and turned into ashes. They couldn't touch it because it wasn't for them to see. Let's go. Our level isn't high enough. This is a letter for the real immortal Emperor Lu Jin. Nine Dowie said. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The person who had beaten back a letter from an ineffable place in the past was for the future immortal emperor. This was too terrifying. If one's strength wasn't enough, they wouldn't be able to see the letter, even if it was right in front of them. They had just entered this cosmos and encountered such a situation. It was equivalent to experiencing a show of strength, and this made the hearts of the immortal kings heavy. They became even more cautious and solemn. After leaving this place and crossing the broken cosmos, the Celestial Court's troops split open the primal chaos and entered the Little Een realm where Earth was. In the legends of the Yang realm, there were tombs everywhere. It was an abandoned land and extremely desolate. Apart from a few old monsters, the Yang realm didn't even know that this was the hometown of the Celestial Emperor since ancient times and even in prehistory. No wonder the Yang realm juniors don't know the immensity of heaven and earth and dare to call this place a graveyard and view it as the Een realm. That's because this place was almost destroyed after the great battle in the past. There are new tombs and old earth everywhere. The rotten corpse side. In reality, this place was indeed broken. There were many problems with the laws of the universe. Apart from being suppressed by an ineffable power, the great Tao itself had collapsed. This was a problematic universe. Although it wasn't the end of days, it was almost there because there was a ceiling suppressing it. It was too difficult to break through. If it really rises from this universe, then it'll really be a heaven-bestowed imperial star. The new Emperor Gu Qing sighed. Please don't praise me like this. I'll be embarrassed. Chu Feng looked very modest. Behind him, Ouyang the Toad, the Black Yak, the Great Tiger of Dong, and the Little Taoist also raised their heads with their chests out. Each and every one of them had a proud expression. Even though they had reincarnated in the Yang realm and couldn't be considered rising in the Little Een realm, they still felt a sense of glory in their hearts. Everyone was speechless. This group of thick-skinned fellows, especially that Demon King Chu. He was too shameless and was asking for praise. Starlight flowed in front of them. One after another, the great stars rotated and decorated the dark cosmic sky. Thinking back to that era, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were shattered. Even the immortal domain was destroyed. How terrifying was that? Taoist Jiui let out a long sigh. Then, he told them the true origin of this Little Een realm universe. In the past, there was an incomparable battle that threw the world into chaos. That person crossed the realm sea alone and killed the Tao ancestors of the 4 directions. In the end, even immortal Emperor Lu Jin was killed by him. All the great worlds were shattered. Later on, that person restored all the realms. He cut off many fragments of the continents and reshaped them into stars, developing a universe. It's this place. Taoist Jiui looked at the starry sky and the brilliant Milky Way. It was as if he was reminiscing. He found familiar soil and even the corpses of old friends on those rotating great stars. The origins you speak of are too distant. Why don't you talk about the era I came from? Back then, I also walked out from this universe, the Dog Emperor said. He looked tired, and there was an indescribable sense of vicissitudes. He seemed to be endlessly tired as he said, "It's been many years since I last came back." The decayed corpse nodded and said, "Yes, it's been many years since we last met. Those old lands and those secret treasures should have all been dug out by me. I shouldn't have left any opportunities for those of the same trade later on." Everyone was astonished. This person really had the nerve to open his mouth. What kind of messy things had he done? The Dog Emperor said, "It's him. Back then, he stole tombs and walked the underground world. He was known to dig up the past and present, to seize the ultimate secret of the source of the long river of history. I've left. I've returned again today," said the Dog Emperor with a sigh. He was lethargic and filled with endless exhaustion. He actually walked out from this universe as well. For those of the later generations, no matter how glorious those of the past were, they were all in the past and would be slowly forgotten. Come, let's go take a look at the Emperor Burial Planet. Although the Dog Emperor walked in the starry sky on his 2 legs, he was obviously hunched. Especially when he mentioned the Emperor Burial Planet, his voice actually trembled. The decayed corpse was also silent for a while. In the end, he let out a long sigh. That was a special planet. It had too much brilliance and gathered the essence of the entire universe. It was grand, but in the end, it still became a desolate land. Look, that's it. It was the place where the celestial emperor fought for supremacy in the mortal world. The Dog Emperor pointed ahead. Big Dipper Star region. Chu Feng was surprised. What a pity. It was broken, desolate, almost destroyed, and in the end, it was completely rebuilt. The decayed corpse also had emotions. There was sadness and loneliness, and there was even a heavy sense of lethargy. Let's go. I'm old, and I don't want to see the most brilliant star of the past become a desolate land. The Dog Emperor led the way. Along the way, the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. Chu Feng dispelled the atmosphere and said, "Seniors, welcome to the Lesser Een realm. I can also be considered a host here, so I'll do my best to entertain you." The Dog Emperor patted his shoulder and said, "Seriously speaking, we're actually from the same universe. Do you have any enemies here? I'll help you stand up for them." Chu Feng said shyly, "Although I was once in dire straits, it could be said that I've made a name for myself in this starry sky. I suppressed all my enemies, and only then did I travel to the Yang realm." He couldn't help but think of the deity race, Damung Pure Land, quasi-mortal race, netherworld race, and primordial demon race. Those who were on good terms with him, and those who were his enemies were all in the past. The Dog Emperor heard this and nodded. "You suppressed all enemies. You can also be considered a werewolf. You could be considered my relative. Perhaps we really are related by blood." "Damn you." Chu Feng cursed silently. "Who's related by blood to you?" The decayed corpse said sentimentally, "One day, when you return to your homeland. You'll even miss the enemies of your youth and lament that they're no longer here. Only then will you understand our state of mind. Sigh, the heartless years have cut away the past, obliterated our glory, and buried our heroic old shadows. He also patted Chu Feng's shoulder and said, I hope there'll never be a day when you don't see the blue sea and mulberry fields, but the familiar starry sky. Then they walked forward together. After a long silence, Chu Feng spoke again. Senior, there's a very special place. It might be trapping immortal-level experts from the outside world. Since we're already here, let's go take a look, Taoist Joey said. Chu Feng brought everyone from the heavenly court to a pitch-black place where one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. This was the forbidden land of the Lesser Een realm, the Great Abyss. Back then, too many things had happened here. Yao Yao had fallen from here, and Yellow Cattle, Tiger of the East, Old Donkey, Black Yak, and the Wudong Grandmaster had also died in battle here. This place should be connected to the Greater Een realm. Chu Feng speculated. There were many juniors trapped inside, but most of them have already turned into corpses. Only one is still alive. The new emperor raised his hand, and resplendent light poured into the pitch-black abyss of the universe. Law runes flickered and illuminated the vast world below. He was, after all, a Taoist ancestor-level entity. Even though this world was suppressing him, it wasn't a big problem for him. Below, a group of mountainous figures sat cross-legged. Most of them were dead and withered. They were all evolvers who had mistakenly entered the abyss. Among these evolvers, there were celestial venerables, almighty beings, and even rotting peak-level entities. Doubtlessly, many of them had come from the Yang realm in search of treasures. So many people were the result of their accumulation over the long years. It's indeed connected to the Greater Een realm, but there are domains set up throughout the abyss. If you're lucky, you might be able to cross over from there, but if you're unlucky, you'll be trapped here. Senior, please save the people below. My descendant owes a debt of gratitude to that Greater Een realm expert, Yushang said, requesting 9 Daoi to save the people below. He had learned of this place from Yao Yao. Back when Yao Yao had fallen into the abyss, the Greater Een realm expert had taken care of her and helped her get to the Greater Een realm. You guys! Below, the rotting Greater Een realm monster suddenly opened his eyes. He was incomparably shocked that such a large group of experts had rushed here. They gave him a boundless sense of oppression and made him tremble in fear. Although he was very powerful, a group of immortal kings was watching him. This kind of scene was truly inconceivable. He couldn't stand it. He seriously suspected that he was hallucinating. Could it be that this world had come to an end and that his life was running out? Was his mental state in disorder? An immortal king took a step forward. There was no need for the new emperor to do such a thing. He stretched out a large green hand and was about to fish the Greater Een realm monster out from the abyss. Although he had been sitting in the abyss for a long time, this person wasn't deranged and his thoughts were still clear. He said, Wait, Senior, please wait a moment. I have something to say. He spoke slowly. As expected, he was someone who had come here in search of a supreme treasure in the Yang realm. But in the end, he tactfully refused the good intentions of the various kings. I've been sitting here for a long time. Although my blood energy is dried up and I can't move, I've obtained some opportunities and am now connected to the abyss. I don't have much time left and will probably pass away in a few years. Rather than that, I might as well sit here for a long time. I have a feeling that this strange place can help me escape death and prolong my life. This great cosmos realm old monster actually said such a thing. The new emperor Gu Qing nodded and said, Yes, an evolver's sudden inspiration can't be ignored, especially when it's related to oneself. Most of the senses won't be wrong. Since you have this kind of comprehension, there's no harm in waiting. This universe is about to change. Perhaps it really is the time for you to reverse your fate. In the end, everyone left the abyss and headed toward the starry sky where Earth was. Everyone knew that the so-called change in the world might have started from Earth. Chu Feng was somewhat excited. He had finally returned. He could go and see his old friends and old friends. In reality, they had just set foot in the brilliant sea of stars and were still quite a distance away from Earth when a voice directly reached them. "You're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Chapter 16:21. They had yet to see the Earth, and they were still very far away from it. However, a creature had already spoken, as if it had already seen through their roots. "Who are you?" the martial madman's master asked. Behind them, there were many stars. The universe was deep, and in front of them was a blazing star. That was the destination of this trip, the solar system. Even the immortal king-level creatures revealed a solemn expression when facing the blue planet revolving around the sun. They were incomparably serious and cautious. Needless to say, they were already prepared. A diagram rotated above Geodawi's head, filled with chaotic energy. The surrounding immortal kings all sensed it and activated the bury the heavens diagram together. Once there was an accident, it would become a great killing weapon. The creature they were facing was too terrifying, so they had to prepare everything in advance. My white hair is stained with 10,000 tribulations. Time flies, and several epochs have passed in the blink of an eye. I've almost forgotten who I am, the mysterious creature replied calmly. What made people feel a little relieved was that he did not immediately attack, and there was no boundless killing intent rushing out. Of course, it could also be that he was too strong and did not care about the arrival of the crowd. "Greetings, Senior." A fallen immortal king saluted and wanted to talk to him. In any case, as long as this creature was willing to talk and had the intention to talk, it was a good sign. Even this fallen immortal king felt a sense of familiarity and intimacy. It was unknown whether it was an illusion or a sudden impulse, but this creature seemed to have some kind of connection with them. "May I know which area you are from? And which senior are you?" Although it was a peaceful conversation, everyone was still on guard, and, at the same time, they really wanted to know his identity. Reminiscence? Reverse the ancient history? There's no point. I'm a forgotten and decayed person. His tone was still calm. The new Emperor Gu Qing and Geodawi were observing in secret. They even used supreme methods to secretly deduce his roots and origins. As a Dao ancestor-level creature, it naturally had unfathomable divine abilities and many secret methods that even the immortal kings did not dare to imagine. However, with a cracking sound, as if something had broken, the layers of light in front of the new Emperor Gu Qing cracked, and the protective divine light exploded. What? Everyone was shocked. How could the new emperor be so inexplicably injured? Did that creature that seemed easy to deal with directly attack him? Clang! At this critical moment, the silhouettes of 3 emperor weapons appeared above Gu Qing's head. They were actually trembling at the same time, continuously emitting light cries as they resisted a large pitch-black hand. At this moment, the crowd was incomparably shocked. That person had already made his move? They didn't even notice it in advance. Moreover, as a Dao ancestor-level expert, Gu Qing was actually unable to sense it in advance. His body was directly attacked, and he was already injured. Crack! It was as if the pillar that supported the heavens split apart, the heavens about to collapse. The entire world was actually trembling, the heavens all trembling. Meanwhile, the space between Gu Qing's brows was dripping with blood. His frontal bone had split open, and dark red liquid seeped out from his 7 apertures. This was extremely terrifying, giving one an extremely bad feeling. His Taoist body, his origin, was about to split open. Everyone was horrified, feeling their scalps go numb. Even though it couldn't be said that they were chatting harmoniously, they were still calm and at ease, not showing any signs of hostility. Why did this creature suddenly take action? Emperor collapse. The new emperor had just risen, and the emperor's throne had just ascended, but it was already over. He was forcefully terminated by an indescribable creature. Indeed, Gu Qing's forehead was split open, and it kept spreading downwards. His entire body was about to be split into two halves. His soul light was also slashed apart. That huge black hand that was hanging high above his head pressed downwards. His body and soul were rapidly being torn apart. Boom! At the critical moment, Nine Daos went crazy and took out the heaven burial diagram. The other immortal kings also came to their senses in horror, and they also activated it with all their strength. They finally stabilized their footing, and at the most dangerous moment, the three emperor weapon silhouettes above Gu Qing's head were almost burning, and they shot out eternal light to resist the large pitch-black hand. I didn't control my previous negative emotions well, and the Tao Source imprint leaked out. I didn't expect to actually injure you. I'm sorry. That calm voice came from the blue planet, and it reverberated in the universe's starry sky. It seemed exceptionally cold and terrifying. Gu Qing had just survived a calamity, and he felt deep desolation. Everything was gray, and there was actually a lack of vitality in the depths of his heart. He broke out in a cold sweat. He was the new emperor, and he had just risen, yet he almost died. How many years had it been? The heavens had gathered enough Tao fate to give birth to the emperor's throne, but in the end, he actually experienced such a dangerous moment. Gu Qing's disciples and followers were also deathly pale, and they were a little doubtful about life. Since when did the emperor's throne that was pushed forward by the heavens become so insignificant? Don't panic, Nine Daos shouted, and the heaven burial diagram soared into the sky, blocking in front of them. All the immortal kings added their magic power, causing the diagram to churn in primal chaos. They could vaguely see the scene of heaven and earth being born and then destroyed. Although I will fill all of you into the black cave, and not a single one of you will be left alive, it was indeed a mistake just now. I didn't want to act so quickly, and if I really wanted to kill, I don't think anyone would be able to live. Although I obtained a strand of vitality from the decay and temporarily returned to life, I'm old and long-winded. I want to find someone to talk to, so I'm not in a hurry. After hearing this, how could people not feel a chill down their spines? Most of them were immortal kings, and there were also two Tao ancestors, but this creature actually didn't care too much. What did this mean? Was there really a creature at the end of the road who occupied this place? Many people's faces were deathly pale, and they were extremely unsightly. Was a great disaster really about to befall them? Fine, this emperor will accompany you. Who exactly are you? What era did you originate from? Which era are you the scourge of that disaster? The dog emperor was very unyielding, and he directly asked. Everyone's expressions changed. This dog had gone crazy, and had dared to challenge an immortal emperor. He was simply tired of living, and he was courting death. At that level, even overturning the past and the present, collapsing the heavens with a single thought, it wouldn't be a problem. Talking to him like this, would he be slapped to death? Everyone knew that if it really was an immortal emperor, even a group of Tao ancestors would be useless, and they wouldn't be enough. How can you say that I'm a scourge? In the past, I also had the world in my heart. Thinking about it carefully, I didn't personally commit great evil. A sigh came from the void of the universe. He seemed to be reminiscing, and regretting the past that had passed away. Everyone was thinking frantically. Just which person in history was he? With regards to creatures at the end of the road, throughout the eras that had passed away, how many were there from ancient times until now? Counting from the very beginning, could there be more than a handful of them? After comparing them one after another, they couldn't find anyone that matched his identity. Of course, they were people of the later generations after all. If they traced back to the ancient times, they would at most know about the events of the recent eras. The river of time was too vast, and there were too many eras that were too ancient. Not many people knew about them, and even those tablet inscriptions and those ruins were almost completely obliterated. This creature was most likely a monster from the extreme ancient era. Relax. Nothing will happen for the time being. If I really wanted to kill you all, I believe it wouldn't take much time. It's easy to be sad when one is old, and I don't want you all to turn into a bloody mist. What about you? He was actually comforting everyone. However, this kind of method really made people unable to relax. Instead, it made them feel cold all over. Facing this kind of unmatched creature, they felt a sense of powerlessness and fear. If it was an immortal emperor of the past, no one could do anything. For a creature of this level, the instant it raised its hand and pressed down, the Tao ancestors of the four directions would immediately collapse. It would be difficult to resist. They aren't on the same order of magnitude at all. Someone said softly in despair, "It truly is regretful. It seems like not a single one of you can find my figure from the traces of history. It seems like the world has truly, completely forgotten about me. I was once young as well, rising up in the most chaotic era. The me back then had the world in my heart, fighting in all places, quelling chaos, and eliminating the strange, protecting all clans. I walked to the end of a path of evolution, becoming a supreme expert, ruling over the heavens. I am an immortal emperor, who lived with me, who walked with me, who still remembers me. What a pity! I used to be the king of all of you, your celestial emperor. However, one day, my clan was wiped out and my body died. Everything became nothing. Everyone shivered inwardly when they heard this. An immortal emperor-level supreme expert reached the end of his path. His clan was completely wiped out, and in the end, even he himself died. What exactly did he encounter? He seemed to have a strong desire to pour out his heart. He had been alone for too long, and a creature of this level actually began to talk endlessly, talking about some past events. Later on, I came back to life again. After all, it's very difficult for an immortal emperor to die. As long as a thought is left behind in the world, as long as there is someone who still remembers me, I can reappear in the river of time. How could an existence who calmly admitted that he was once an immortal emperor not make the kings tremble? Now, everyone was incomparably nervous. But what a pity I was killed by a great savage again. He shook his head. Which great savage could kill him? What kind of background did he have? At this point, his voice slightly paused as if he had discovered something. After that, Chu Feng's blood surged, and his soul light rose sharply. It was as if he was being targeted by some kind of extremely terrifying, enormous, vicious beast. Even his thoughts were about to freeze, and his entire body couldn't move. At the crucial moment, the stone jar resonated with him. Only then did he break out in cold sweat and break free from that terrifying situation. As expected, that creature stared at him and directly said to Chu Feng, "Your face looks familiar. It's as if I've seen it before, Yin Gui." Chu Feng immediately puffed out his chest and raised his head. He revealed a brilliant smile and said, "Everyone says that I'm heroic and vigorous, and that I naturally give people a favorable impression. For example, the Dog Emperor. He's so difficult to get along with, and his personality is terrible to the extreme, but he was especially happy after seeing me. For example, Senior Jiu Dao Yi. Although he's a Dao ancestor, he has an eccentric personality and often eats people's thighs, but he was overjoyed the first time he saw me. After seeing my true appearance, even his eyebrows were smiling. In the distance, the Dog Emperor opened his mouth and wanted to spit out spittle. It was a very serious warning. Do you know how to speak? If you don't, then don't say it. Swallow it back. Your face is loathsome. I don't like it." The unidentified immortal emperor from the olden era directly said such a sentence. Immediately, Chu Feng's smile directly froze. He was feeling good about himself just now, thinking that the other party had taken a liking to him. But in the end, he was so unlikable. The world is truly mysterious. Could it be that this planet, this ancient land, is there really something mysterious about it? Why are there so many people who have walked out in a row, and all of them look somewhat similar? Or are you one of them? If that's the case, I'm blessed. I'll personally refine you. What was he saying? Was he going to personally pull out his tendons and break his soul? Chu Feng was horrified. This wasn't his karma, and he didn't want to be the scapegoat. At this moment, there was someone who was even more nervous than Chu Feng. Whether it was the Dog Emperor, the rotten corpse, Jiu Dao Yi, or the 3 old soldiers beside him, all of them were agitated. You mean? He opened his mouth, his thoughts fluctuating intensely. His appearance is a bit like that great savage, but his temperament is completely different, the immortal emperor from the olden era said. Most people were confused. He once again mentioned the great savage, but there was no such title in history. Who was it? Only and a few others were shocked and excited. You guys don't seem to know that great savage. That can't be right. He's so cruel, and it hasn't been that long. It's only been a few eras. How can the world not know his name? Unless he's dead, and all traces of him have been erased. But I don't think that's possible. Such a cruel, great savage could even kill me, so it should be difficult for him to meet an opponent. Otherwise, it'll be too incompetent. After all, I was once truly invincible in the heavens and earth, and I had no opponents throughout the ages. At this time, some of the kings also made some connections. Zhou Daoyi's reaction was the most intense. He said, "You don't talk nonsense. How can he be the great savage? He never was." Seeing him like this, everyone understood. Suddenly, monstrous waves surged in their hearts. How is he savage? Chu Feng couldn't help but ask. Most of those who made an enemy of him were roasted, cooked, and eaten by him. Do you think he is savage or not? The unknown mysterious expert countered with a question. 90% of the people reacted. Looking at Zhou Daoyi's expression, they should have guessed who he was talking about. But that person, did he have such a dark history? If it was that person, then who was this one? Chapter 16:22. Don't slander him. The 9 Daos expression was severe as he loudly retorted. That person's position in his heart was the most revered and unsurpassable. No one could compare to him, and he wouldn't allow anyone to talk about or criticize him. Even now, who didn't know who he was talking about? The 9 Daos was so stirred up and his expression was so obvious that everyone noticed. In reality, in everyone's hearts, that person was incomparably mysterious and unimaginably powerful. Only, there were too few mentions of his past. It was to the extent where that person was becoming more and more indistinct in everyone's hearts, gradually disappearing from history. Did I wrongly accuse him? Tell me, back then, didn't he eat all the way, making all his opponents feel despair? The creature that was once an immortal emperor in the olden era spoke in an unhurried manner. It was calm and composed, making people think about that person's past. The 9 Daos opened his mouth and wanted to refute. However, he carefully thought about it. That person really did have some special preferences. He was especially good at eating, and he liked to have ample food and clothing. There were some fetishes that shocked and terrified his enemies. In the end, he braced himself and said, "Nonsense, he clearly doesn't eat humanoid creatures." Everyone was speechless. The mysterious creature was also speechless, unable to retort. Chu Feng was also stupefied and lost in thought. There really wasn't a perfect person in this world. History couldn't be dug up. In the hearts of the people, even though there weren't many rumors about that person, there were some that became common knowledge. Whenever he was mentioned, it would be connected with certain words: great, supreme, heaven-warping talent, heroic and invincible throughout the ages. At the same time, his experiences made people's hearts ache, and they were also connected with other words. He was lonely, and miserable. He ruled over the ages alone, sitting in a copper coffin as he traveled through the blood-soaked heavens. He was alone, drifting into the distance. He never turned back, disappearing from history, never to be seen again. However, even such a heroic and imposing person had a dark past. It definitely couldn't be dug up. I have to make it clear that the non-humanoid creatures he ate were all sinners. As long as there was a trace of kindness in their hearts that could be saved, not a single one of them was killed. They were all spared, Zhu Dao added solemnly. These circumstances had to be explained because these were all facts. Although that person loved to eat, could eat, and had his own strong and distinct style, he also had his own principles. The immortal emperor from the old era replied, "Yes, he won't eat anything other than the most evil. Of course, humanoid beings are excluded as well." Now that I think about it, should I be glad that I'm in human form and thank him for not eating me? Everyone wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. In the end, they were all very nervous. "I know who you are." Nine Dowie was very sure. He stared at the blue planet in front of him. Although he didn't see anyone, there was only one creature that matched his identity. Everyone grew increasingly nervous. They were now sure that there was an immortal emperor from the olden era lying dormant in front of them. This was too terrifying. How could they fight against it? They were not on the same order of magnitude. The carrion corpse and the dog emperor's expressions changed. They also realized who it was. However, there were still many people who were at a loss because they didn't understand that era at all. Even the most resplendent, flourishing era was now shrouded in the fog of history. "Yes, you're his follower? You should have known who I was a long time ago," that mysterious creature said to himself, a bit regretful. He sighed about the ruthlessness of time and the great wastelands. Things remained the same, but people changed. "I don't understand. Why can you reappear in this world?" Nine Dowie's mind was in turmoil. This was clearly a creature that had vanished in a thin air a long time ago. So how could it be alive again? Gu Qing felt bitter. He glanced at Nine Dowie, reminding him that this was a former immortal emperor. That was enough. The others also felt relieved, but they felt their blood run cold. A bad feeling arose within them. Indeed, it was difficult for a creature at the end of the path to die no matter what. If they were killed so casually and completely destroyed, then that would be too embarrassing. Why was it a creature at the end of the path? After walking the path of evolution to its end, there was no way to become more powerful. This type of existence could be said to be truly undying, difficult to destroy even by 10,000 tribulations. Even if something unexpected happened and the body was destroyed and the Tao scattered, as long as a single thought came into contact with it, this creature could come back to life. It was truly undying and imperishable. Otherwise, why would even Tao ancestors desire it so much and use their entire lives to pursue it? It was because only in this realm could one ensure that they would never fall. For this supreme monster, as long as someone thought of it and proved that it existed, then it could live. Nine Dowie still didn't believe it and said, "That's not right either." Even though a creature at the end of the path is powerful and is known to be indestructible, it isn't absolute, especially when you were killed by that person. He said that if he didn't let you live, you would definitely die. There shouldn't be any hope of reappearing. That's right. Apart from that great vicious person, even immortal emperors from the heavens or the monsters at the end of the path from the source of the bazaar would find it difficult to kill me. This mysterious expert nodded. His words didn't show any disrespect towards that person. On the contrary, he was full of admiration. Regardless of whether it was Gu Qing or the kings, they all understood a shocking fact. That person from the past was exceptionally terrifying and ridiculously powerful. He could actually truly obliterate immortal emperors. It was rumored that he made all his opponents feel despair, and it wasn't a lie. The end of the path was difficult to destroy. It could experience great tribulations, and it was practically everlasting. However, all so-called eternity had flaws. Flaws could be found, and they could be broken by a truly unmatched expert. Only today did people understand how terrifying that person from Nine Dowie's mouth was. It was rumored that he killed an existence at the end of the path right after becoming an immortal emperor. If one thought about it carefully, it was truly terrifying. Existences at the same level would inevitably be horrified. You're asking why? The existence that was once an immortal emperor from the old era directly told Nine Dowie the answer. Because it was that great vicious person who personally summoned me and touched my flesh and soul. Only then was I able to come back to life and reappear. That person personally performed the ritual and used the will of an immortal emperor to summon him. There was no one else who could do this. This caused everyone to gasp. It was truly heaven-defying. Why did he save you? Nine Dowie was suspicious. It is because I once had the world in my heart, but because I was plotted against, I fell into darkness. Not too many years passed after the great vicious individual killed me. When he returned to his senses, he pardoned me, personally summoning me, allowing me to return. Everyone was shocked, but Nine Dowie was relieved. This made sense because that person wasn't an unreasonable person to begin with. The immortal emperor of the old era had no choice but to fall into the darkness after being schemed against. That person pardoned him of his crimes and saved him. This could be considered giving him a chance. For the heavens, this was undoubtedly an additional protector at the Lu Jin level. In that instant, everyone released a breath of relief, believing that they didn't encounter a great enemy. The mysterious existence spoke in an unhurried manner, saying, "All of you, don't relax. I haven't finished speaking, and I can tell you all that I still want to stuff you all into the Black Cave." Everyone's minds trembled. There was more to this. He was still the source of disaster. The first time I fell, it was because I was contaminated by some type of inconceivable darkness energy. That was the most powerful, true blood from a strange source that invaded my body and soul. At that time, I immediately sensed that something wasn't right. However, the darkness transformation process was irreversible, impossible to change. I already knew that I would inevitably become a darkness immortal emperor. When they heard up to here, the fallen immortal king races, people finally understood why they felt a sense of closeness and familiarity towards this person. It was because this was the source of their ancestor level. They were all contaminated by the same substance. Of course, what contaminated them was merely mist and other things, a thin, bloody mist. There was no way it was truly thick black blood. I used my body to suppress that hole that flowed with darkness true blood, trying to block the source. At the same time, I also buried myself. When everyone heard up to here, they sighed inwardly. This immortal emperor of the past was worthy of the respect of all clans after all. Even though things were like that, he still wanted the creatures of the heavens, using his body as a stone to forever suppress this source of contamination. In summary, the me at that time seemed like I didn't die, but I could also be said to have died. It was because my true self had been corroded, and there were no more immortal emperors who cared about the world. There was now an ominous darkness corpse that was half asleep. This could also be considered the first time I was killed. As for what happened later, Zhou Daoi knew. The darkness immortal emperor and the four directions Dao ancestors were just too terrifying, unmatched in this world. That was until that person appeared out of nowhere, calming all of the blood and chaos by himself. Now that I think about it, I was targeted by the monster at the source of the strangeness too early and was gradually plotted against. Moreover, there should be more than one monster secretly grinding and corroding me. They really thought highly of me. At least two immortal emperors took action against me. Otherwise, how could I have completely fallen into darkness? If they hadn't corroded me too early and given me enough time, I would have become stronger and they wouldn't have been able to suppress me. I can only say that my luck wasn't good. I encountered the most active and ominous era of the most violent revival of the strangeness. I was contaminated, and in the end, I used my body to fill the hole. This mysterious creature was quite emotional, and even now, he was still a bit unwilling. Since that person brought you back to life, shouldn't you understand your true self and stand on our side? Go and find the terrifying monster at the source of the strangeness to settle the score. A bold immortal king couldn't help but speak, because he really couldn't understand why this immortal emperor of the old era would say to fill the black hole with them. You're right. After reviving, I naturally have to find trouble with a monster that plotted against me. I won't return until I trample on the Emperor Bone. So, I went and left the world. I don't know how I am now. When everyone heard this, they were stunned. What kind of situation was this? Since he went to kill the ominous creature at the end of the path, why was he still saying these things here? They didn't know how he was now. The mysterious creature seemed to see through everyone's thoughts and said calmly, "You're all wondering why I'm still here since I went to the source of the strangeness to seek revenge and fight with the ominous creature at the end of the path." Indeed, this was the biggest question in everyone's mind. There is something wrong with his words and actions. My true self has revived and condensed in the present world. Even a part of the dark soul of the past and a part of the strange true spirit has come back to life. It's me. He was as calm as an ancient well. It's you, the dark immortal emperor? Everyone was stunned. All the immortal kings couldn't stay calm. Even though Gu Qing had become a Dao ancestor, his face turned pale. In the end, the most powerful enemy also came back. Why didn't he destroy him? My true self returned to the present world. Moreover, it was called back by the great ferocious man. He had a special method to cut out my originally weak self and refine it into ashes. My body and soul were destroyed, and finally, I was sealed in a jar. At this point, he looked at the martial madman and said, "Oh, you have a fragment of the jar on you." The martial madman was aghast. He had a jar fragment the size of a fingernail on him, and it was actually related to this living being. Chu Feng was moved. Back then, the martial madman's disciple, the white-haired Almighty, who was also the master of the great martial heavenly lord, also had a mysterious fragment, but it was the size of a grain of rice. Were they all related to the jar that sealed the dark monster? One day, the jar exploded. I think it's the strange and active era again, and the ominous primogenitor has revived. Therefore, some power interfered with this jar, and I also came back to life. Thinking about it now, what am I? It's most likely that the true self deliberately left me behind, and I became a warning device. Once I revive, it means that a great calamity is coming. He will sense it and use me as a coordinate to rush back from the outside world. I wonder if he really stepped on the emperor bone for revenge. Speaking of which, I'm also very sad. I've always been controlled by someone. Say that I'm the weak remnant of the dark immortal emperor, but I haven't completely fallen and haven't been completely dominated. Say that I've returned to the light, but my heart is unwilling. As for me, I should be somewhere between the strange and the true self. Following his own analysis, people finally knew what kind of roots he had and what kind of state he was in. Senior, you were once an immortal emperor who cherished the world. That great vicious person pardoned you, which means that he has approved of you. Don't fall into darkness again. An immortal king advised. Then this immortal king saw 9 Dowie glaring at him angrily. He immediately changed his words and said, "A slip of the tongue." The other immortal kings also advised. That's right. Your true self left you a life force. This is because he believes that you can completely return, stand together with him, and ultimately become one. Senior, don't step into the dark realm again. I've slept for a very long time. Occasionally, I wake up and only take a look at the experiments I'm doing on this planet. However, I only open my eyes once in millions of years. Originally, I really didn't want to be involved in karma and didn't bother with anyone. However, you all disturb me. If I don't fill you all into the black cave, it'll be a bit unfair to my past body of darkness. The mysterious being sighed, but he didn't change his mind. Moreover, he mentioned something else that caused everyone to be horrified. Just like last time, someone disturbed me during the Battle of the Soul River. Especially when I saw that face, I couldn't help but want to slap him. In the end, my remnant body, which had recovered from the ashes, was beaten down by him, and a piece of human skin was destroyed. At this moment, whether it was Chu Feng, 9 Dowie, or the Dog Emperor and the rotten corpse, they all confirmed that this mysterious being had indeed made a move that day. During the Battle of the Soul River, Yi Tiandi's blurry phantom image had appeared from the copper coffin. In the end, this mysterious manipulator from Earth directly intervened in that battle. However, he was beaten back in the end, and his human skin was destroyed. Enmity had long been sowed. And today, who did I see again? Another person who looks a bit like the great vicious person. Tell me, can I resist not slapping him to death? The mysterious being said faintly. Chu Feng's face instantly turned green. This really had nothing to do with him. This was an undeserved calamity. This black pot he was carrying was too big. Kill him. The dog emperor had a fiery temper. Its face sank as it howled and joined forces with the other kings to directly fight to the death with him. Since they couldn't reason it out, then they would fight to the death. Nine Dowie was also ready. The heaven burial diagram filled the sky, circulating with terrifying energy waves. The great vicious person either died outside or can never return. My true self is also gone, having gone to step on the emperor bone. Now, even though I'm not in the immortal emperor realm and am much weaker than before, it's enough to obliterate all of you with one hand. You want to resist me in vain? You will all be very miserable. The mysterious being from Earth coldly replied. The kings were in despair. Who wouldn't be afraid of encountering the most powerful darkness, immortal emperor of the past? He was the greatest threat and the strongest enemy in the world several epochs ago. If it wasn't for that person's rise and annihilating everything, this being would still be ruling the world, and all the races would be shrouded in darkness. Who can change all of this? The mysterious expert asked coldly. Suddenly, there was a vague and illusory voice that seemed to have crossed time and space several epochs ago. How can I not think and not think? After all, I've left behind traces. Today, there are people in my homeland who are constantly thinking of me. At this moment, everyone present heard it. The kings suddenly raised their heads and looked at the sky. Was it a voice that originated from beyond the world? It seemed to come from the heavens. I've come back on the emperor bone and almost lost myself in the world ocean outside the heavens. Now, someone is thinking of me and pointing out coordinates for me. When such a weak voice vaguely reached everyone's ears, everyone was shaken. As for the mysterious being on Earth, he was even more dumbfounded. If it was in the inauspicious ancestral land, that place would be isolated from the world, and the thoughts of the true self wouldn't be sensed. But now the true self had a feeling. This meant that the true self had indeed set foot on the return journey. He was heading to the vile land where the strangeness resided. How shocking of a feat was this? There was actually someone who could find that place. And in the end, he needed to return through the heavens. What kind of route did he take? His words of deep contemplation were shocking and frightening. He came back on the emperor bone. Chapter 16:23. The entity that controlled the heavens back then was stepping on the emperor bone to return. His true self had returned and was about to appear in the present world. Everyone was shaken. That was definitely a legendary entity with matchless magical power and a heaven-defying cultivation. He was actually about to appear in the flesh. One had to know that this was the person who dared to confront that person back then and unleash a world-shaking battle. His complete body was about to return. Even the Nine Dowie felt his scalp go numb as if he had been electrocuted. He couldn't help but think back to the glorious past. During that era, the Dark Immortal Emperor was the only one who could threaten that person. The world was in chaos, and countless heroic souls and Tao light were stirred up. Great enmity has been avenged. He killed a monster at the Lu Jin level. Someone said with a trembling voice. This was a shocking battle record. Since ancient times, how many people had seen an immortal emperor at the Lu Jin level, let alone a life and death battle of this level? True self, you really do see me as a coordinate, a weak lighthouse at the edge of the boundless sea of blood. Everything I did was to guide you back. On Earth, the incomplete body of the immortal emperor represented the dark side of the past. His words were filled with strong emotions and unwillingness. He felt that he was a bit sad. The reason he was still alive was because he could warn others and could be used as an important coordinate. Otherwise, he would have been completely killed back then and wouldn't have lived until today. You are me, and I am you. There is no distinction between us. You're thinking too much. An indistinct voice came from beyond the world. Even that unrivaled entity would find it difficult to send a message to the heavens across the countless great worlds, the blood sea, and the heavens. You still haven't returned. You can't interfere with what I want to do before that, right? The Black Hand on Earth laughed indifferently. What do you want to do? The Dog Emperor shouted. Everyone present was incomparably nervous. Was this ancient half-darkness entity really going to make a move against them? I've already said that I really want to stuff you all into the Black Cave. Of course, I want to slap him to death even more. A large black hand stretched out from the blue planet. Everyone knew that he wanted to slap Chu Feng to death. That was because Chu Feng's face was somewhat similar to the vicious person's. Chu Feng was speechless. Who did he offend? It was an unexpected calamity. At the same time, at this life and death juncture, he was also extremely bewildered, extremely curious. Why was there such a coincidence? Why did he look so similar to the great vicious individual? What was the secret behind all of this? That enormous black hand's movements weren't that fast, to the extent where it could even be considered slow. However, it covered the entire starry sky, incomparably oppressive, making the surrounding stars tremble, about to fall, making the starry river about to explode. Obviously, the Black Hand on Earth had some kind of obsession. Normally, he wouldn't need to personally reach out and could directly obliterate Chu Feng. Right now, he was just dominated by the old grudges, and he was deliberately giving Chu Feng's mind a devastating blow. Do it, Jiu Dao, he shouted. There was nothing more to say. Now, all he could do was fight to the death. Before coming here, he had already mentally prepared himself. Moreover, he was rather excited and expectant. He wanted to see if someone would be summoned after the heaven burial diagram exploded. However, a sigh caused the entire space-time to freeze. No one could move, including the pitch-black hand that covered the starry sky. It was also frozen in place, motionless and frozen. I've already said that you and I are one. I've never used you as a coordinate. You've awakened and completely cut off the darkness. Thus, you've transformed and become one with me, becoming even stronger. A very soft voice rang out in the cosmos. It came from beyond this world and was almost inaudible. The ice-cold galaxies and the rotating stars were all still, including the immortal kings and Tao ancestors. They were all frozen in the void. The flow of time seemed to have returned to zero. Everyone's thoughts had stopped, and their minds were blank. As the creature's voice rang out again, the king's consciousness could finally move, and they could think. At this moment, everyone was trembling in fear. What kind of terrifying power was this? Not to mention returning to the heavens, the old emperor's true self was actually far from reaching the heavens. In the scarlet ocean formed by countless universes, waves were blooming under his feet. Boundless worlds rose and fell, reborn and destroyed. He was crossing on a bamboo raft. Even immortal emperors couldn't easily cross the scarlet ocean. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Even at such a great distance, he could still interfere with the real world. This was simply unimaginable, impossible. Separated by the heavens, separated by the sacrificial sea, you can't return at all, let alone descend. Naturally, you can't display your power. Why did you freeze me? The Black Hand on Earth was apprehensive. He truly couldn't understand. Even if it was a life form at the end of the road, after it was too far away and blocked by some special regions, it still couldn't interfere with the homeland like this. This was especially true for the sacrificial sea. It was even easy for immortal emperors to get lost. It was extremely dangerous. It was vast and boundless, and the waves were all formed from destructive matter, an abyss beyond this world, and a great world that had been sacrificed. That place was known as the sacrificial land of immortal emperors, because I am you. This is the resonance of the soul, that indistinct voice transmitted over from beyond the world. Nonsense. It must be something you left behind back then. That's why you're controlling my body now. The Black Hand on Earth was unwilling and angry. However, when he thought about the other party, he actually vaguely sensed some of the circumstances of his true self. That was the other party's experience, and it also seemed to be him. You really killed an immortal emperor-level creature and a monster at the end of the road? He truly found this a bit hard to believe. No one understood better than him how difficult it was to find the source of the vile earth. Even if it was an expert at the end of the road from a resplendent evolutionary civilization, they might not necessarily be able to find that strange land even after searching for several years. In reality, they might occasionally find some clues, but if they really rushed and rashly, they would most likely die without a doubt. They wouldn't be able to walk out alive. A tragedy had happened in the most ancient era. I killed one, the old emperor outside the world said with certainty. He had dealt with a monster at the end of the road. The half-darkness creature on Earth was extremely shocked. As for the others, they could only listen numbly. Of course, at this time, the kings were also incomparably eager to know the entire process. They wanted to know more about the source of the vile earth, the monster at the end of the road, and that battle. It was because it was truly too shocking. This was enough to shake the entire history. Even though I searched for a long time, and it shouldn't be just a single era, I didn't enter the vile earth. I only roughly found an area and guarded it, waiting for the hunt. The voice from beyond the world transmitted over to inform the Black Hand on the sphere. You didn't go in? The half-darkness creature was shocked, and then he felt relieved. In his opinion, even if he found the entrance, going in was nothing more than throwing his life away. Only heaven knew how many strange monsters there were at the source of the vile earth. It was to the extent where he speculated that there should be even more terrifying things there. That place is like a rat hole connecting all realms. They're intersecting and connecting everywhere. I'll just wait outside. This made sense. Otherwise, he really was a bit heaven-defying. However, to describe the strange monsters as rats, his personality really was flying high. Just how much did he look down on these inauspicious and unmatched creatures? The real situation was naturally different. That place was definitely extremely dangerous, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the world's most terrifying place. Everyone only needed to know that even the most powerful creatures would die after entering, and then everything would be clear. Senior, can you hear me? Can you tell me, where'd he go? Nine Dowie suddenly spoke, his voice trembling. Everyone knew who he was asking about. In the outside world, the old emperor who was separated by an endless distance was crossing the sacrificial sea on a great Tao bamboo raft, facing the waves that could destroy a great 1,000 worlds. He was actually a bit absent-minded. Separated by the boundless sacrificial sea, separated by the heavens, it was as if they were separated by endless ancient history and countless evolutionary civilizations. It was extremely difficult for him to manifest his divinity in this type of situation, but he still replied. I walked behind him, and indeed saw many traces. Chapter 16:24. Many traces? Was it the path that person walked on? Or was it the place where he fought, leaving behind indelible imprints? It made one's imagination run wild. What terrifying ruins, indescribable and horrifying. The old emperor's voice transmitted over from the other side of the sea of sacrifice. He seemed to be a bit absent-minded. Even now, when he thought of those things, he himself was a bit absent-minded. This was terrifying. Endless time passed. When he thought of the past, he was still in this type of state. It truly made one feel shaken and terrified. Just what kind of situation was it that made even an immortal emperor feel horrified? What kind of ruins were those? Just how terrifying was it? Indescribable, dangerous, and terrifying. The old emperor added. Everyone listened, wanting to understand the past. However, he didn't speak in detail, only telling everyone that with their level of evolution, if they touched upon the taboo, there would be a day when misfortune would befall them. This was a bit terrifying. They were separated by countless great worlds, crossing over the heavens and sacrificial sea. Yet even the traces there could become spiritual. Strange things would happen, finding them all. Everyone couldn't understand, feeling that it was a bit ridiculous. It isn't aimed at you all right now, but rather in the future. One day, if one of you is strong enough, there might be a disaster because of today's contact. The old emperor's indistinct voice transmitted over from beyond the world. Senior, we really want to know. Nine Dowie persistently asked. Brightly colored emperor blood, arms, nails, claws, frozen worlds, the universe is quiet. In another region, there are indistinct figures blocking the path of the past resplendent evolution. In another region, time has flowed in reverse, history reappearing, taking place and playing out in reverse. The old emperor spoke slowly, roughly explaining a few things. From his description, one could tell that there was more than one creature at the end of the road, leaving behind ruined bodies and blood. What was even more shocking was that even the great universe was overturned, undergoing all types of strange changes. I can only mention a few vague words. Otherwise, the true scene will directly appear. Even I will find it difficult to break free from it. It will follow me like a shadow, extremely troublesome. When they heard these words, everyone was truly shocked. They felt waves of fear, their scalps going numb. An indescribable scene, once mentioned and described in detail, would reappear in reality. It was to the extent where even immortal emperors couldn't break free. They would be followed by it. This was just terrifying to the extreme. And this was only the portion he mentioned, a few vague words that didn't connect, not truly touching on the essence. There was a long silence. How was he supposed to understand this? Everyone, including the Tao ancestor, felt that they were small and did not even have the right to know and understand certain things. However, Joe Dowie was still unwilling to give up. He did not ask about the marks and instead brought up that person. Senior, where did he go? Can you tell us? Joe Dowie asked earnestly, almost begging. An old monster like him had never shown such an expression before. Over the years, he had always been incomparably domineering. Today, in order to find that person's information, he was willing to do anything. I don't know. I'm also looking. There are some things that you guys can't get involved in. It's more terrifying than death. The old emperor gave such an answer. Then, although his voice was faint and weak, one could still feel his seriousness. He solemnly warned, stop exploring. Even the traces were like this, let alone a person. It was impossible to trace. Senior, the dog emperor also bared his teeth. He was quite daring, also wanted to ask about the secrets of the three heavenly emperors, wondering if this person knew anything. However, before it could say anything, an unforeseen event occurred. As expected, I shouldn't have told you guys just now. Something ominous has appeared and is following me like a shadow. There are some problems over at the sacrificial sea. The old emperor was in trouble. You really can't speak carelessly. There are actually enemies chasing after us. It seems like we can't return to our homeland for now. Obviously, something even more serious had happened. Senior, are you all right? The people of the heavens were somewhat worried. A protector at the end of a road had finally appeared. Moreover, it was the immortal emperor who cared about the world in the past. No one wanted anything to happen to him, so they were quite worried. What enemy? The half-darkness entity on Earth finally spoke again, no longer remaining silent. Back then, I stood guard outside the vile land, waiting to kill rats. Now, there might be a cat chasing after us to take revenge for the rats, the old emperor said. This person was fairly confident and had a haughty personality. He viewed the countless passages at the source of the vile land as rat holes, mocking the monsters at the end of the road as rats. Now, he said that a cat had chased after them. This meant that they had encountered an extremely terrifying enemy. No, this is a ferocious tiger. The old emperor was incomparably solemn. Even though he hadn't seen the other party in the sacrificial sea, he had already sensed everything. People couldn't help but gasp after hearing this. He must have encountered an unrivaled great disaster. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used such a form of address. Don't tell me you're going to fall. From now on, I've regained my freedom. The half-darkness entity on Earth asked with complicated feelings. He knew that his true self had encountered great trouble. After so many years, what haven't I experienced? Isn't it just a ferocious tiger? It's not a big deal. From the traces left behind by that person back then, he should have encountered an even more terrifying, ferocious giant dragon. These things before us are nothing. The old emperor didn't lose his composure after encountering a peerless, ferocious tiger. He remained calm and even had the mood to ridicule it. It could only be said that this had something to do with his carefree and frivolous nature. It wasn't that the enemy couldn't threaten him. In reality, he had encountered great trouble. The kings and Tao ancestors of the serene realm were all anxious and worried for him. The situation isn't right. It seems like those traces are quite strange. When I mentioned them, they truly appeared and then brought about misfortune. The old emperor muttered. Then he made his move. What are you doing? The half-darkness entity on Earth berated. You and I are one. Now let's go fight. The old emperor wanted to take him away and merge them into one. You're still saying you didn't do anything? You and I are separated by the heavens and the sacrificial sea. It's like we're separated from each other since ancient times. It was originally difficult for you to affect the modern world, but now you can directly take me away. Next, people saw a large expanse of black mist rising from the blue planet in front of them. It expanded continuously and was boundlessly huge, almost about to fill up the universe. However, it faded away in an instant and quickly became blurry until it completely disappeared. I didn't lie to you. We are one. Now, the unification union is even stronger. There's no difference between the main body and the avatar. Let's go. We'll fight together, the old emperor said. At the same time, he left behind some final words and transmitted them to the people of the serene realm. What you've seen and heard today won't be beneficial to you. If the vile earth and the creatures from the source of the bizarre learn of this, it might even bring you unpredictable troubles. After all, I can't go back now. It was hard to say how many years it would take for a battle of that level to end. After all, he had spent more than an epoch to find the approximate range of the vile earth. The other party had probably already spent a long time to chase after him. For ordinary people, it might have already been ancient history. At this point, the old emperor lightly shouted and said, "Fleeting life is like a dream." Memory cut. In an instant, the minds of all the kings were blank. Their thoughts were all frozen, and they couldn't think. Their soul light stiffened, and they were all fixed on the spot. Some of the memories in their hearts and the imprints from not long ago had all been cut off. Only the new Emperor Guqing and the Tao ancestor Zhou Daoi's memories were preserved. Their levels were relatively high, so the old emperor didn't cast a spell on them. That was because it wouldn't do if the people of the heavens didn't know about those things. It was equivalent to losing part of the chance to see through the truth. In addition, Chu Feng didn't lose his memories. At the crucial moment, the stone jar in his body shone and was hazy. Tao patterns interweaved and protected his true spirit. The old emperor didn't pay attention to him. He disappeared after casting the spell. I didn't care about the results. Chu Feng seriously suspected that if the old emperor reappeared, it might be a matter of hundreds of thousands of years in the future. What's more, people might not be able to see him again in this epoch. This meant that no one had anything to do with him. Only the living beings of the future might have the chance to come into contact with him. Was this a living being of the end of the road? Their appearance and disappearance might be very normal to them. However, as time passed, the sea turned into mulberry fields. It was unknown how many generations of living beings in the heavens had already changed, even changing the course of several civilizations. What happened? Why do I feel like I've forgotten some extremely precious and important things? How could it be like this? There's actually no trace in my heart. A supreme, immortal king growled. Something must have happened. I feel like I've been violated. Who touched my soul? The dog emperor bared his teeth and was incomparably fierce. His instincts were too sharp. Then, he pounced over and pestered Zhou Daoi to tell him what exactly happened. We'll talk later. Zhou Daoi was incomparably serious. He looked up at the sky and really wanted to pass through the heavens and cross the sacrificial sea to see the unparalleled battle that was currently erupting. It's useless to think about it. Chu Feng moved forward and secretly transmitted his voice to Jiudawi, saying, "Senior, do me a favor. There's a supreme treasure in the Lesser Een realm. I have to collect it." He was very excited because he had been scheming for that supreme treasure for a long time. However, there was a big dark hand on Earth that was like a terrifying shadow enveloping the entire Lesser Een realm. He didn't dare return, but now was a rare opportunity. In addition, he had finally returned to his homeland. He could see some old friends and settle the matters of the mortal world. Chapter 16:25. Jiudawi had yet to come back to his senses. His memories had not been erased, and he was still immersed in the atmosphere, just now. That was an immortal emperor-level existence, and now he was fighting creatures of that level. Their pursuit and battle were definitely not simple battles of life and death. Their paths of activity were too terrifying and boundless. From the time they sensed each other, to the time they calculated each other, to the time they truly encountered each other, it could easily be counted in tens of thousands of years. Who was stronger, the old emperor or the vicious tiger that chased after them? This was extremely worrisome. What kind of dazzling flames of civilization would be produced in a confrontation between two powerful beings? The battle between immortal emperor-level existences would have far-reaching effects. If the waves of the sacrificial sea were to fly outside, the fragments of the great Tao might evolve into a brand new civilization. "Senior," Chu Feng called out again, and Jiudawi finally came back to his senses. All around, the kings were at a loss. They were all thinking about how someone as powerful as them had their memories silently erased. This was truly unimaginable. I feel more and more that the entire history is nothing compared to immortal emperors. It's just a scroll of the eternal sky. Jiudawi sighed. For existences at the end of the road, even top immortal kings were like people in a scroll. They could be altered or even directly erased. The difference between the two was too great. They were not on the same order of magnitude at all. Guqing's expression was also complicated. He had just ascended the throne and thought that he could rule the world and overlook all realms. Now, however, he looked back and realized how insignificant he was. What supreme treasure? Jiudawi asked Chu Feng. He believed that even if there were mysterious treasures left behind in the Lesser Een realm, it was still normal. This was because the origin of this homeland was too great, and too many things were buried here. After all, from the ancient chaos era to the desolate era, the seas changed into mulberry fields, and the continents turned into stars. It bore countless joys and sorrows, and there was even more blood and chaos, as well as many secrets. There are two millstones. Although they are crude, I think we should take them with us. It would be more suitable to grind beans in my backyard. Chu Feng said mysteriously. "Speak properly. Are you grinding beans or human flesh?" Jiudawi glared at him. "No matter what it is, it will be ground. I feel that even if we throw in one or two Taoists to grind it, we won't be able to walk out alive." Chu Feng was very confident. He told Jiudawi that this supreme treasure was most likely beyond the Taoist level. If that was the case, the problem would be serious. At first, Jiudawi was still absent-minded. He had not completely shaken off the influence of the incident with the old emperor and was in a trance. "Taoist Jiu." He stared at Chu Feng with a solemn expression. "Tell me everything." He stared at Chu Feng solemnly. "It's like this. Under Kunlun Mountain, there's a passageway that leads to purgatory and reincarnation. Along the way, there's a radiant city of death, and inside it is a huge millstone." Chu Feng didn't hide anything and even told them where the placenta was sitting at the finishing point. Now, he was almost certain that it was Patriarch Ming. Jiudaoi's expression immediately changed. He pointed at Chu Feng's head and said, "How dare you wade into the special reincarnation path guarded by the Patriarch? I just wanted to help you because you don't have a weapon." Chu Feng coughed. "You just said you want to grind soybean milk in your backyard." Jiudaoi's expression was unfriendly. "Then, He gritted his teeth and felt a headache coming on. He knew he couldn't touch such a supreme treasure. He would most likely die if he touched it. Geodawi said solemnly, "The half-darkness creature has been hibernating on Earth for so long and hasn't gone there. Clearly, that place is no small matter. If I'm not wrong, this special path was most likely created by the Supreme Being or dug out by him. It has a special meaning. Otherwise, Patriarch Meng wouldn't have personally sat at the end of the path, guarding it without ever leaving." That's what I think too. That place is quite shocking. Now, that Meng Qi is in a deep slumber. I want you to go check it out. Go to hell, Geodawi said angrily. Was he trying to order this dumb kid around? He was a Dao ancestor, but this little devil was actually using this method to order him around. If it was someone else, he would have slapped them to death. After the incident with the previous emperor, Geodawi knew how far apart he was from beings at the end of the path. Even if it was a Dao ancestor-level creature, it was not enough. In front of an immortal emperor-level creature, in terms of strength, it was too lowly. Geodaoist stared at him with a dark expression, which made Chu Feng's hair stand on end. "Little bastard, how dare you encourage me to explore the pit related to the end of the path? You're asking for a beating." Chu Feng quickly corrected himself. Since the half-darkness creature knows its place and didn't disturb that special path, it means there's something wrong. It's fine if we don't go there. You're saying everything. Geodawi's eyes glowed blue as he glared at him. Recently, his flesh and soul had become one, so his face was rosy and healthy. But now it was emitting black light. He was infuriated by Chu Feng. Chu Feng said, "Actually, I just mentioned it casually. Senior, you don't have to take it seriously. In fact, I really want to do something big." Geodawi wanted to beat him up more and more. No matter how he looked at it, this little devil's temperament was irksome and needed to be taught a lesson. If it wasn't for the fact that this face was similar to the other person, he would have beaten him up long ago. "What is it?" he asked. "What do you think about time treasures?" Chu Feng asked. "Anything that involves this is no small matter. The law of time is known as one of the origins of the great Tao. It's a rare treasure among the ancestral materials," Geodawi explained. He was suspicious. Could it be that there was something special about it? Perhaps this kid had discovered some incredible treasure. In this world, any weapon or treasure that involved time had a great origin. For example, that time furnace almost caused Li Su to suffer an accident back then. Chu Feng still remembered the first time he touched the time furnace, especially the secret incantation that he heard. It still seemed to echo in his ears. "Heaven can't bury the dead. Bury them in the floating soil of the four poles. Cut down the yin and yang firewood, draw." The so-called burial was probably burning Dao ancestor-level beings at the very least. In fact, Chu Feng was a little suspicious. Could the being that the secret incantation wanted to get rid of be an immortal emperor? Was this a method to completely obliterate beings at the end of the road? "You found a mother gold of time? This material should be the rarest and most precious of all mother gold. It's extremely hard to find," Geodawi said. "No, I found a world with a strange flow of time. One day in the human world is 100 years there. I feel that there's something strange about that place. It's hiding a terrifying secret." When Chu Feng mentioned this place, he had been thinking about it for a long time. However, he didn't dare to act rashly because he was afraid of the mastermind of the Lesser Yin realm and the Yuan clan. A world. Geodawi was shocked. It wasn't that he hadn't seen secret time treasures before. However, the strange flow of time in that world was not simple. He suspected that this might be a treasure left behind by the pioneer of a brilliant path of evolution. He was so paranoid that this couldn't be some kind of trace left behind by beings at the end of the road, could it? The main thing was that recently, and especially today, he had been greatly shocked by the old emperor. His mind was still immersed in that scene, and he was overthinking everything. The world Chu Feng mentioned was naturally the foreign land. Back then, he had entered the damning pure land with his divine soul. One night, he could comprehend 100 years of Tao. Of course, there were some factors that contributed to this. However, even if that was excluded, the flow of time there was still terrifying. The strangeness had once wreaked havoc there, and the entire world had been thoroughly polluted. However, there were some techniques that could actually restrain the gray matter there. Did this mean that there used to be an extremely powerful, terrifying, and brilliant evolutionary civilization there? But it was destroyed, and only a weak spark remained. In addition, there was a path of reincarnation at the edge of that world. Moreover, there were countless gods and devils working together day and night, and they were still opening it. At first, Chu Feng didn't think much of it. Now that he thought about it, he felt that there was something strange about that place. That was why he urged Nine Dowie to go and investigate in detail. I have to warn you, perhaps that place has already been occupied by strange beings, and there might even be a true Dao ancestor there. If a small soldier like me goes, he won't care. But if a big crocodile like you appears, you might be hunted down. But I feel that this possibility is very small. That's because the Yuan race had also set their sights on that place in a certain era. I feel that their plan is great, and they want to refine that world into a supreme treasure of time. Of course, the Yuan race might be doing it casually. Perhaps it's just a small skirmish, and there's nothing special about that place. It's just that the flow of time is a bit special. Chu Feng was very serious. This time, he didn't smile as he told them the truth. He had heard the part about the Yuan race from celestial venerable Stone Fox himself. Stone Fox had been brought out from the foreign land by Chu Feng. After escaping, the legless old fox had almost turned into a stone embryo. However, Chu Feng had always felt that it was a crafty old fox who might come back to life at any time. Back then, he had probed it, and something similar had happened. Chu Feng owed the stone fox a great favor. This time, after returning to Earth, regardless of whether it was in good or bad condition, he had to rescue it. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to that old land first. Nine Dowie waved his hand and took action. However, he quickly took a step back, indicating for Gu Qing to go on his way. After all, the heavenly court had just been established, and they couldn't forget about the new emperor. In fact, Gu Qing really wanted to say that he wanted to abdicate his throne. He really couldn't take it anymore. He had only become an emperor for a few days, yet he wanted to collapse for no reason at all. Who could accept this? Chu Feng said, "Everyone, this way, please. We're about to arrive at my doorstep, so there's no need to say any polite words. I will naturally do my best as a host." The kings had already calmed down. They looked in the direction Chu Feng pointed. A blue planet was slowly rotating, full of the beauty of life. Although the half-darkness entity had once laid dormant there and had stretched out its sky-covering hand not long ago, the entire planet wasn't affected in the slightest. The people living on that land had no idea what was happening in the outside world. It was no different from usual. After so many years, I've returned. Chu Feng was somewhat excited and couldn't control his emotions. Back then, it could be said that he and a group of old friends were separated by life and death. Some died in defeat, some disappeared, and some left for distant lands. It was truly too painful. Today, he had finally returned. Chu Feng's emotions were surging. There was sadness, but also joy. His emotions were fluctuating violently. Moments later, he calmed down and said with a smile, "Everyone, this is not only my hometown, but also the Celestial Emperor's hometown. I'll treat you guys to the Celestial Emperor's favorite dishes later. I guarantee it'll be special." The kings were originally very fascinated. After all, the formation of the mountains and rivers here was related to the great vicious person mentioned by the old emperor. Moreover, Celestial Emperor Yi had once walked out of this place. However, when they heard the latter part of Chu Feng's words, the kings' faces twitched. Did he know what the Celestial Emperor liked to eat? After eating, I'll bring you guys to the Celestial Emperor's former residence to have a look. Maybe we can really dig out some scriptures and find some strange treasures. Jiu Dowie's face darkened as he listened. Before he could slap down with his raised hand, the Dog Emperor couldn't hold back anymore. It pressed its paw on Chu Feng's shoulder and bared its teeth. "If you can't find a Celestial Emperor's former residence today, I'll chop you into mincemeat. Don't worry, we must find it. Chu Feng patted his chest and said. Then he asked the dog emperor, if we find it, how about giving me a celestial emperor scripture? Woof. The black dog gritted its teeth. It had never seen such a stubborn person. Are you looking for trouble? If you want to bet with me, where are you going to find the so-called former residents? I'll slap you to death then. I'm finally back. Chu Feng sighed and said, I'm so excited I want to cry. He had a very profound look on his face. However, just as he started to land, someone shouted, Oh my God! Who is that? A human trafficker? Even further away, someone shouted, Big news! The human trafficker is back. Greetings to all of you. Chu Feng cursed. Did thick-skinned people not care about their pride? He was furious. He had just returned, and it was a glorious return with a group of celestial kings. In the end, someone had just discovered him and shouted like that. How could he endure this? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.